Section 72 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 72. 2384. Dr. Clark's Pills for Nervous Headache. Socotine, aloes, powdered rhubarb, of each 1 dram. Compound powder of cinnamon, 1 scruple. Hard soap, half a dram. Syrup enough to form the mass. To be divided into 50 pills, of which 2 will be sufficient for a dose, to be taken occasionally. 2385. Pains in the head and face. A severe attack of tic douloureux is said to have been cured by the following simple remedy. Take half a pint of rose water, add 2 teaspoonfuls of white vinegar to form a lotion. Apply it to the part affected 3 or 4 times a day. It requires fresh linen and lotion at each application. This will, in 2 or 3 days, gradually take the pain away. 2386. Sore throat. Those subject to sore throat will find the following preparation simple, cheap, and highly efficacious when used in the early stage. Pour a pint of boiling water upon 25 or 30 leaves of common sage. Let the infusion stand for half an hour. Add vinegar sufficient to make it moderately acid, and honey according to the taste. This combination of the astringent and the emollient principle seldom fails to produce the desired effect. The infusion must be used as a gargle several times a day. It is pleasant to the taste, and if swallowed, contains nothing to render it dangerous in any way. 2387. Deafness. It is now considered injurious to use water for the ear in cases of ear complaint. Pure glycerin has been found to act most beneficially as a solvent. In some forms of ear complaint, powdered borax, as a constituent of the drops to be used, has been found useful, and tannic acid in other forms. Carbolic acid mixed with glycerin is used when a disinfectant is necessary. So delicate, however, is the structure of the internal ear that in all cases it is desirable to consult a medical practitioner. One is not so soon healed as hurt. 2388. A cure for weak and sore eyes. Sulfate of zinc, 3 grains. Tincture of opium, 10 drops. Water, 2 ounces. To be applied 3 or 4 times a day. 2389. Squinting. Squinting frequently arises from the unequal strength of the eyes, the weaker eye being turned away from the object to avoid the fatigue of exertion. Cases of squinting of long standing have often been cured by covering the stronger eye, and thereby compelling the weaker one to exertion. 2390. Pills for gout and rheumatism. Acetic extract of colchicum, 2 grains. Powdered ipecacuanha, 4 grains. Compound extract of colocynth, half a dram. Blue pill, 4 grains. Divided into 12 pills, 1 to be taken night and morning. 2391. Gout mixture. Wine of colchicum, 1 ounce. Spirit of nitrous ether, 1 ounce. iodide of potassium, 2 scruples, distilled water, 2 ounces. A teaspoonful of this mixture to be taken in chamomile tea 2 or 3 times a day. 2392. Mixture for rheumatic gout or acute rheumatism. Half an ounce of nitre, saltpeter, half an ounce of sulphur, half an ounce of flour of mustard, half an ounce of turkey rhubarb, quarter of an ounce of powdered gum guaiacum, a teaspoonful to be taken in a wineglass of cold water every other night for 3 nights, and omit 3 nights. The water should have been well boiled. 2393. To arrest bleeding at the nose. Introduce, by means of a probe, a small piece of lint or soft cotton, previously dipped into some mild styptic, as a solution of alum, friar's balsam, solution of bluestone, or even cold water. This will generally succeed, but should it not, cold water may be snuffed up the nostrils. Should the bleeding be very profuse, medical advice should be procured. In cases of hemorrhage of a severe nature, Rospini's styptic is most beneficial and may be recommended. 2394. Biting the nails. This is a habit that should be immediately corrected in children, as, if persisted in for any length of time, it permanently deforms the nails. Dipping the finger ends in some bitter tincture will generally prevent children from putting them into their mouth, but if this fails, as it sometimes will, each finger end ought to be encased in a stall until the propensity is eradicated. 2395. To prevent galling in invalids. The white of an egg beaten to a strong froth, then drop in gradually, whilst you are beating, 2 teaspoonfuls of spirits of wine. Put it into a bottle and apply occasionally with a feather. 2396. Jaundice. 1 pennyworth of allspice, ditto of flowers of brimstone, ditto of turmeric. These to be well pounded together, and afterwards to be mixed with a half-pound of treacle. 2 tablespoonfuls to be taken every day. 2397. Convulsions. The following remarkable case, in which a surgeon saved the life of an infant in convulsions by the use of chloroform, will be read with interest. He commenced the use of it at 9 o'clock one evening, at which period the child was rapidly sinking, numerous remedies having been already tried without effect. He dropped half a drachm of chloroform into a thin muslin handkerchief, and held it about an inch from the infant's face. In about 2 minutes the convulsions gave way, and the child fell into a sleep. By slightly releasing the child from the influence of the chloroform, he was able to administer food, by which the child was nourished and strengthened. The chloroform was continually administered, in the manner described, from Friday evening at 9 o'clock until Monday morning at 9. This treatment lasted 60 hours, and 16 ounces of chloroform were used. No injurious effects, however trivial from the treatment adopted, subsequently appeared. Hide thy domestic wounds. 2398. Asthma. The following is recommended as a relief. 2 ounces of the best honey and 1 ounce of castor oil mixed, a teaspoonful to be taken night and morning. 2399. Coughs. It is said that a small piece of resin dipped in the water which is placed in a vessel on a stove, not an open fireplace, will add a peculiar property to the atmosphere of the room which will give great relief to persons troubled with a cough. The heat of the stove is sufficient to throw off the aroma of the resin, and gives the same relief that is afforded by the combustion, because the evaporation is more durable. The same resin may be used for weeks. 2400. For a cough: syrup of poppies, oxmel of squills, simple oxmel in equal parts, mixed, and a teaspoonful taken when the cough is troublesome. It is best to have it made up by a chemist. The cost is trifling. 2401. A mixture for a bad cold and cough: solution of acetate of ammonia, 2 ounces; ipecacuanha wine, 2 drachms; antimony wine, 2 drachms; solution of muriate of morphine, half a drachm; treacle, 4 drachms; water, add 8 ounces. 2 tablespoonfuls to be taken 3 times a day. 2402. Pills for a bad cough: compound ipecacuanha powder, half a drachm; fresh dried squills, 10 grains; ammoniacum, 10 grains; sulphate of quinine, 6 grains; treacle, sufficient quantity to make a mass. Divide into 12 pills, 1 to be taken morning and night. 2403. Whooping cough: dissolve a scruple of salt of tartar in a 1/4 pint of water, add to it 10 grains of cochineal, sweeten it with sugar. Give to an infant a 1/4 part of a tablespoonful 4 times a day; 2 years old, half a spoonful; from 4 years, a tablespoonful. Great care is required in the administration of medicines to infants. 2404. Roche's embrocation for whooping cough: olive oil, 2 ounces; oil of amber, 1 ounce; oil of cloves, 1 drachm. Mix, to be rubbed on the chest at bedtime. 2405. Offensive breath: for this purpose, almost the only substance that should be admitted at the toilette is the concentrated solution of chloride of soda, from 6 to 10 drops of it in a wineglassful of pure spring water, taken immediately after the operations of the morning are completed. In some cases, the odour arising from carious teeth is combined with that of the stomach. If the mouth be well rinsed with a teaspoonful of the solution of the chloride in a tumbler of water, the bad odour of the teeth will be removed. 2406. Breath tainted by onions: leaves of parsley, eaten with vinegar, will prevent the disagreeable consequences of eating onions. 2407. Mixture for indigestion: infusion of columba, 6 ounces; carbonate of potass, 1 drachm; compound tincture of gentian, 3 drachms. Dose, 2 or 3 tablespoonfuls daily at noon. 2408. Ointment for sore nipples: take of tincture of tolu, 2 drachms; spermaceti ointment, half an ounce; powdered gum, 2 drachms. Mix these materials well together to make an ointment. The white of an egg mixed with brandy is the best application for sore nipples. The person should at the same time use a nipple shield. 2409. Ointment for the piles or hemorrhoids: take of good lard, 4 ounces; camphor, 2 drachms; powdered galls, 1 ounce; laudanum, half an ounce. Apply the ointment made with these ingredients every night at bedtime. 2410. ointment for broken chilblains or chapped hands, etc. Sweet oil, 1 pint. Venice turpentine, 3 ounces. Hog's lard, ½ pound. Beeswax, 3 ounces. Put all into a pipkin over a slow fire, and stir it with a wooden spoon till the beeswax is all melted, and the ingredients simmer. It is fit for use as soon as cold, but the longer it is kept the better it will be. It must be spread very thin on soft rag, or, for chaps or cracks, rubbed on the hands when you go to bed. An act is better than a word. 2411. Camphor balls to prevent chaps. Melt 3 drachms of spermaceti, 4 drachms of white wax, with 1 ounce of almond oil, and stir in 3 drachms of camphor, previously powdered by moistening it with a little spirits of wine. Pour small quantities into small gallipots, so as to turn out in the form of cakes. 2412. Cramp in bathing. For the cure of the cramp when swimming, Dr. Franklin recommends a vigorous and violent shock of the part affected, by suddenly and forcibly stretching out the leg, which should be darted out of the water into the air if possible. 2413. Cramp in the legs. Stretch out the heel of the leg as far as possible, at the same time drawing up the toes as far as possible. This will often stop a fit of the cramp after it has commenced. 2414. Hiccough or hiccup. This is a spasm of the diaphragm caused by flatulency, indigestion, or acidity. It may be relieved by the sudden application of cold, also by 2 or 3 mouthfuls of cold water, by eating a small piece of ice, taking a pinch of snuff, or anything that excites counteraction. 2415. Scratches. Trifling as scratches often seem, they ought never to be neglected, but should be covered and protected, and kept clean and dry, until they have completely healed. If there is the least appearance of inflammation, no time should be lost in applying a large bread and water or linseed meal poultice, or hot flannels may be repeatedly applied. Leeches should be applied only when ordered by a medical man, as in some cases erysipelas may be the consequence. 2416. Ringworm. The head should be washed twice a day with soft soap and warm soft water, and when dry, the places should be rubbed with a piece of linen rag dipped in ammonia from gas tar. The patient should take a little sulphur and treacle, or some other gentle aperient, every morning. Brushes and combs should be washed every day, and the ammonia kept tightly corked. 2417. Ointment for scurf in the heads of infants. Lard, 2 ounces. Sulphuric acid, diluted, 2 drachms. Rub them together and anoint the head once a day. 2418. Scurf in the head. Into a pint of water drop a lump of fresh quicklime, the size of a walnut. Let it stand all night, then pour the water off clear from the sediment or deposit. Add 1/4 of a pint of the best vinegar, and wash the head with the mixture, which is perfectly harmless, and forms a simple and effectual remedy. 2419. To restore hair when removed by ill health or age. Rub onions frequently on the part requiring it. The stimulating powers of this vegetable are of service in restoring the tone of the skin and assisting the capillary vessels in sending forth new hair. but it is not infallible. Should it succeed, however, the growth of these new hairs may be assisted by the oil of myrtle berries, the repute of which, perhaps, is greater than its real efficacy. Even if they do no good, these applications are harmless. 2420. Baldness. The decoction of boxwood, which has been found successful in some cases of baldness, is thus made. Take of the common box, which grows in garden borders, stems and leaves 4 large handfuls. Boil in 3 pints of water in a closely covered vessel for 1/4 of an hour, and let it stand in a covered earthenware jar for 10 hours or more. Strain, and add 1 ounce and a half of eau de cologne or lavender water to make it keep. The head should be well washed with this solution every morning. Never quit certainty for hope. 2421. Lotion for the cure and prevention of baldness. Eau de cologne 2 ounces. Tincture of cantharides 2 drachms. Oil of rosemary, oil of nutmeg, and oil of lavender, each 10 drops. To be rubbed on the bald part of the head every night. 2422. Remedy for rheumatism, lumbago, sprains, bruises, chilblains, and bites of insects. 1 raw egg well beaten, half a pint of vinegar, 1 ounce of spirits of turpentine, 1/4 of an ounce of spirits of wine, 1/4 of an ounce of camphor. These ingredients to be beaten well together, then put in a bottle and shaken for 10 minutes, after which to be corked down tightly to exclude the air. In half an hour it is fit for use. Directions. To be well rubbed in 2, 3, or 4 times a day. For rheumatism in the head, to be rubbed at the back of the neck and behind the ears. This mixture should not be used for broken chilblains. 2423. Excellent remedy for sprains. Put the white of an egg into a saucer. Keep stirring it with a piece of alum about the size of a walnut until it becomes a thick jelly. Apply a portion of it on a piece of lint or towel large enough to cover the sprain, changing it for a fresh one as often as it feels warm or dry. The limb should be kept in a horizontal position by placing it on a chair. 2424. Remedy for blistered feet. Rub the feet, on going to bed, with spirits mixed with tallow, dropped from a lighted candle into the palm of the hand. 2425. Boils. These should be brought to a head by warm poultices of chamomile flowers or boiled white lily root or onion root, by fermentation with hot water, or by stimulating plasters. When perfectly ripe and ready to break, they may be discharged by a needle or the lancet. Constitutional treatment. Peruvian bark and port wine and sea bathing are desirable. Gentle purgatives should be given occasionally. 2426. Bunions. Bunions may be checked in their early development by binding the joint with adhesive plaster and keeping it on as long as any uneasiness is felt. The bandaging should be perfect, and it might be well to extend it round the foot. An inflamed bunion should be poulticed, and larger shoes be worn. Iodine 12 grains, lard or spermaceti ointment 1/2 ounce, makes a capital ointment for bunions. It should be rubbed on gently twice or thrice a day. 2427. Cure of warts. The easiest way to get rid of warts is to pare off the thickened skin which covers the prominent wart, Cut it off by successive layers. Shave it till you come to the surface of the skin, and till you draw blood in 2 or 3 places. When you have thus denuded the surface of the skin, rub the part thoroughly over with lunar caustic. One effective operation of this kind will generally destroy the wart. If not, cut off the black spot which has been occasioned by the caustic, and apply the caustic again, or acetic acid may be applied in order to get rid of it. 2428. Corns. Number 1. Any remedy for these painful growths to be effectual must include removal of the usual cause, pressure by tight or ill-fitting boots. Strong acetic acid may be used, but great care is necessary in applying it. Avoid burning the adjacent parts. Soft corns may be cured by extract of lead. 2429. Corns. Number 2. A very good remedy for corns is that known as celandine, which is harmless and easily applied. Any chemist will supply it. 2430. To cure stings of bees and wasps. The sting of a bee is generally more virulent than that of a wasp, and with some people attended with very violent effects. The sting of a bee is barbed at the end, and is consequently always left in the wound. That of a wasp is pointed only, so that the latter insect can sting more than once, which a bee cannot do. When stung by a bee, let the sting be instantly pulled out, for the longer it remains in the wound, the deeper it will pierce, owing to its peculiar form, and emit more of the poison. The sting is hollow, and the poison flows through it, which is the sole cause of the pain and inflammation. The pulling out of the sting should be done carefully, and with a steady hand, for if any part of it breaks in, all remedies then, in a great measure, will be ineffectual. When the sting is extracted, suck the wounded part if possible, and very little inflammation, if any, will ensue. If hartshorn drops are immediately afterwards rubbed on the part, the cure will be more complete. 2431. A cure for bee stings, etc. Among other simple remedies for this purpose, rubbing the part affected with sweet oil, the juice of onion, or the blue bag used in washing, slightly moistened, will be found efficacious. 2432. Nettle stings. The sting of a nettle may be cured by rubbing the part with rosemary, mint, or sage leaves. Dock leaves are also said to supply an effectual remedy. 2433. Arnica for bites. A correspondent of the Times says, "Noticing in your paper an account of the death of a man from the bite of a cat, I beg to trouble you with the following case, which occurred to myself about 3 weeks ago. I took a strange dog home, which produced consternation among the cats. One of them I took up, to effect a reconciliation between her and the dog. In her terror, she bit me so severely on the first finger of the left hand, as not only to cause 4 of the teeth of her lower jaw to enter the flesh, but so agonizing was her bite that the pressure of her palate caused the finger to swell at the joint on the opposite side to where the lower teeth entered the finger. In a minute or 2 the pain was about as excruciating as anything I ever felt, certainly greater than I have suffered from a wound. I got some tincture of arnica, diluted with about 12 times the quantity of water, and proceeded to bathe the finger well with it. In about half a minute the blood began to flow freely, the pain ceased, and the swelling abated, and up to this moment I have had no further inconvenience or pain, not even soreness." 2434. Cure for burns. Of all applications for a burn, there are none equal to a simple covering of common wheat flour. This is always at hand, and while it requires no skill in using, it produces most astonishing effects. The moisture produced upon the surface of a slight or deep burn is at once absorbed by the flour and forms a paste which shuts out the air. As long as the fluid matters continue flowing, they are absorbed and prevented from producing irritation, as they would do if kept from passing off by oily or resinous applications, while the greater the amount of those absorbed by the flour, the thicker the protective covering. Another advantage of the flour covering is, that next to the surface it is kept moist and flexible. It can also be readily washed off without further irritation in removing. It may occasionally be washed off very carefully when the crust that it forms has become dry, and a new covering be sprinkled on. 2435. Remedy for burns and scalds. Take chalk and linseed, or common olive oil, and mix them in such proportions as will produce a compound as thick as thin honey. Then add vinegar so as to reduce it to the thickness of treacle. Apply with a soft brush or feather, and renew the application from time to time. Each renewal brings fresh relief, and a most grateful coolness. If the injury is severe, especially if it involve the chest, give 10 drops of laudanum to an adult and repeat it in an hour, and again a third time. To a child of 10 years give in like manner only 3 drops, but beware of giving any to an infant. This plan, with an internal stimulant, according to age, as brandy or sal volatile, or both, should be at once adopted until the arrival of the medical attendant. 2436. Lime water. Lime water beaten up with sweet oil is an excellent application for burns. 2437. Pitting in smallpox. The following is a simple process that has been adopted most successfully, not only in cases of smallpox, in which it completely prevented pitting, but in all eruptive diseases generally, such as measles, scarlatina, nettle rash, chicken pox, etc., and relieving the itching, tingling, and irritation of those complaints, and thereby affording great relief, especially in the case of children. It consists in smearing the whole surface of the body after the eruption is fairly out with bacon fat, and the simplest way of employing it is to boil thoroughly a small piece of bacon with the skin on, and when cold to cut off the skin with the fat adhering to it, which is to be scored crosswise with a knife, and then gently rubbed over the surface once, twice, or thrice a day, according to the extent of the eruption and the recurrence of itching and irritation. Another plan, practiced by Dr. Alshorn of Edinburgh, is to mix 3 parts of oil with 1 part of white wax, by heat, and while warm and fluid, to paint over the face and neck with a camel hair brush. As this cools and hardens, it forms a mask, which effectually excludes the air and prevents pitting. It is said that if light is admitted into the patient's room through yellow blinds, so that the red and blue rays of the sun are excluded, pitting will be prevented. 2438. Cutaneous eruptions. The following mixture is very useful in all cutaneous eruptions. Ipecacuanha wine, 4 drachms. Flowers of sulphur, 2 drachms. Tincture of cardamoms, 1 ounce. Mix 1 teaspoonful to be taken 3 times a day in a wineglassful of water. 2439. Wash for a blotched face. Rose water 3 ounces. Sulfate of zinc 1 dram. Mix, wet the face with it, gently dry it, and then touch it over with cold cream, which also dry gently off. 2440. Freckles. To disperse them, take 1 ounce of lemon juice, 1/4 of a dram of powdered borax, and 1/2 dram of sugar. Mix and let them stand a few days in a glass bottle till the liquor is fit for use. Then rub it on the hands and face occasionally. 2441. To remove freckles. Dissolve in 1/2 ounce of lemon juice 1 ounce of Venice soap, and add 1/4 of an ounce each of oil of bitter almonds and deliquated oil of tartar. Place this mixture in the sun till it acquires the consistency of ointment. When in this state, add 3 drops of oil of rhodium and keep it for use. Apply it to the face and hands in the manner following. Wash the parts at night with elderflower water, then anoint with the ointment. In the morning cleanse the skin by washing it copiously in rose water. 2442. Wash for sunburn. Take 2 drams of borax, 1 dram of Roman alum, 1 dram of camphor, 1/2 ounce of sugar candy, and 1 pound of oxgall. Mix and stir well for 10 minutes or so, and repeat the stirring 3 or 4 times a day for a fortnight, till it appears clear and transparent. Strain through blotting paper and bottle for use. 2443. Teething. Young children, whilst cutting their first set of teeth, often suffer severe constitutional disturbance. At first there is restlessness and peevishness, with slight fever, but not unfrequently these are followed by convulsive fits, as they are commonly called, and are caused by the brain becoming irritated. And sometimes under this condition the child is either cut off suddenly, or the foundation of serious mischief to the brain is laid. The remedy, or rather the safeguard against these frightful consequences, is trifling, safe, and almost certain, and consists merely in lancing the gum covering the tooth which is making its way through. When teething is about, it may be known by the spittle constantly dribbling from the mouth and wetting the frock. The child has its fingers often in its mouth, and bites hard any substance it can get hold of. If the gums be carefully looked at, the part where the tooth is pressing up is swollen and redder than usual, and if the finger be pressed on it, the child shrinks and cries, showing that the gum is tender. When these symptoms occur, the gum should be lanced, and sometimes the tooth comes through the next day, if near the surface. But if not so far advanced, the cut heals and a scar forms, which is thought by some objectionable as rendering the passage of the tooth more difficult. This, however, is not so, for the scar will give way much more easily than the uncut gum. If the tooth do not come through after 2 or 3 days, the lancing may be repeated, and this is more especially needed if the child be very fractious and seems in much pain. Lancing the gums is further advantageous because it empties the inflamed part of its blood, and so relieves the pain and inflammation. The relief children experience in the course of 2 or 3 hours from the operation is often very remarkable, as they almost immediately become lively and cheerful. Contentment will both clothe and feed. 2444. Cure for toothache. 2 or 3 drops of essential oil of cloves put upon a small piece of lint or cotton wool, and placed in the hollow of the tooth, will be found to have the active power of curing the toothache without destroying the tooth or injuring the gums. 2445. Gutta percha tooth stopping. Since the introduction of gutta percha, The use of metallic succedaneum for filling decayed teeth has been superseded, especially in cases where the cavities are large. The gutta percha is inodorous, cheap, and can be renewed as often as required. It is only necessary to soften it by warmth, either by holding it before a fire or immersing it in boiling water. Succedaneum is best when the decayed spots are very small. 2446. Succedaneum. Take an old silver thimble, an old silver coin, or other silver article, and with a very fine file convert it into filings. Sift through gauze to separate the coarse from the fine particles. Take the finer portion and mix with sufficient quicksilver to form a stiff amalgam, and while in this state fill the cavities of decayed teeth. This is precisely the same as the metallic amalgam used by all dentists. Caution: as it turns black under the action of the acids of the mouth, it should be used sparingly for front teeth. A tooth should never be filled while it is aching. 2447. Rose Lip Salve. 1. Oil of almonds, 3 ounces. Alkanet, half an ounce. Let them stand together in a warm place, then strain. Melt 1 ounce and a half of white wax, and half an ounce of spermaceti with the oil. Stir it till it begins to thicken, and add 12 drops of attar of roses. 2. White wax, 1 ounce. Almond oil, 2 ounces. Alkanet, 1 drachm. Digest in a warm place. Stir till sufficiently colored. Strain and stir in 6 drops of attar of roses. End of section 72.
Section 73 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 73. 2448. Ventilating Bedrooms. A sheet of finely perforated zinc, substituted for a pane of glass in one of the upper squares of a chamber window, is the cheapest and best form of ventilator. There should not be a bedroom without it. 2449. A simple method of ventilation. Get a piece of deal 2 inches wide and 1 inch thick, and as long as the width of the sashes of the window in which it is to be used. Care should be taken to ascertain the width of the sashes exactly, which may be done by measuring along the top of the lower sash from one side of the sash frame to the other. Raise the lower sash, drop in the piece of wood so that it rests on the bottom part of the window frame, the ends being within the stops on either side, and then close the sash upon it. If properly planed up, no draught can enter between the wood and the bottom of the sash, but the air can enter the room in an upward direction, through the opening between the top of the lower sash and the bottom of the upper sash, any direct draught into the interior of the room being prevented by the position of the lower sash. The quiet mind enjoys the sweetest rest. 2450. Bedclothes. The perfection of dress for day or night, where warmth is the purpose, is that which confines around the body sufficient of its own warmth, while it allows escape to the exhalations of the skin. Where the body is allowed to bathe protractedly in its own vapors, we must expect an unhealthy effect upon the skin. Where there is too little allowance for ventilation, insensible perspiration is checked, and something analogous to fever supervenes. foul tongue, ill taste, and lack of morning appetite betray the evil. 2451. Vapor baths. Vapor baths may be made by putting boiling water in a pan and placing a cane-bottomed chair in the pan. The patient sitting upon it, enveloped from head to foot in a blanket covering the bath. Sulfur, spirit, medicinal, herbal, and other baths may be obtained in the same manner. They should not be taken except under medical advice. 2452. Vapor bath at home. Another equally easy but far more effectual method of procuring a vapor bath at home is to attach one end of a piece of gutta percha tubing to the snout of a kettle on the fire, and to introduce the other end below the chair on which the person requires the bath is sitting, enveloped in a blanket as described above. 2453. Hot water. In bruises, hot water is the most efficacious both by means of insertion and fomentation in removing pain and totally preventing discoloration and stiffness. It has the same effect after a blow. It should be applied as quickly as possible and as hot as it can be borne. The efficacy of hot water in preventing the ill effects of fatigue is too well known to require notice. 2454. Thinning the blood. It is desirable to consider the means of thinning the blood when it has been deprived, by too profuse transpiration in hot, dry winds, of its aqueous particles, and rendered thick and viscid. Water would easily supply this want of fluidity if it were capable of mingling with the blood when in this state. Acid matter cannot be ultimately combined with the blood when the body is in this state. In order to find a menstruum by which water may be rendered capable of combining ultimately with the blood, of remaining long in combination with it, and of thinning it, we must mix it with the substance possessing the property of a soap, and consequently fit to dissolve viscous matters, and make them unite with water. The soap must contain but little salt, that it may not increase the thirst of the parched throat. It must not have a disagreeable taste, that it may be possible to drink a considerable quantity of it, and it must be capable of recruiting the strength without overloading the stomach. Now all of these qualities are to be found in the yolk of egg. No beverage, therefore, is more suitable, whilst it is very agreeable for hot, dry weather, than one composed of the yolk of an egg beaten up with a little sugar according to taste, and mixed with a quart of cool spring or filtered water, half a glass of Moselle or any other Rhenish wine, and some lemon juice. The wine, however, may be omitted, and only the lemon juice be used. In like manner, hartshorn shavings boiled in water may be substituted for the yolk of egg. Equal quantities of beef tea and whey are good for delicate infants. 2455. Beverage for hot weather. The yolk of eggs beaten up, lump sugar to taste, Rhenish wine or not, citric acid powdered, or tartaric acid, small quantity, exact quantity soon found, 1 or 2 drops of essence of lemon on a lump of sugar, to make it mix readily with the water. 1 quart of water. This is really an excellent, agreeable, and without the wine an inexpensive beverage. Little comforts beget much happiness. 2456. To ascertain the state of the lungs. Persons desirous of ascertaining the true state of their lungs should draw in as much breath as they conveniently can. They are then to count as far as they are able, in a slow, audible voice, without drawing in more breath. The number of seconds they can continue counting must be carefully observed. In cases of consumption, the time does not exceed 10, and is frequently less than 6 seconds. In pleurisy and pneumonia, It ranges from 9 to 4 seconds. When the lungs are in a sound condition, the time will range as high as from 20 to 35 seconds. 2457. To avoid catching cold. Accustom yourself to the use of sponging with cold water every morning on first getting out of bed. It should be followed by a good deal of rubbing with a wet towel. It has considerable effect in giving tone to the skin and maintaining a proper action in it, and thus proves a safeguard to the injurious influence of cold and sudden changes of temperature. Sir Astley Cooper said, "The methods by which I have preserved my own health are temperance, early rising, and sponging the body every morning with cold water, immediately after getting out of bed, a practice which I have adopted for 30 years without ever catching cold." 2458. How to prepare artificial seawater. In each gallon of river or rainwater dissolve about 6 ounces of sea salt, either by stirring it or suspending it in the water in a linen or muslin bag. It dissolves as readily in cold as in hot water. Sea salt is produced by evaporation of seawater. Common salt is sometimes supplied in place of it, but the genuine sea salt, manufactured by well-known firms, which can be procured of any grocer or of most chemists, is specially prepared to enable persons to have a salt water bath at home. 2459. Change the water in which leeches are kept. Once a month in winter, and once a week in summer, is sufficiently often, unless the water becomes discolored or bloody, when it should be changed every day. Either clean pond water or clean rain water should be employed. 2460. Damp linen. Few things are attended with more serious consequences than sleeping in damp linen. Persons are frequently assured that the sheets have been at a fire for many hours, but the question is as to what sort of fire, and whether they have been properly turned, so that every part has been exposed to the fire. The fear of creasing the linen, we know, prevents many from unfolding it so as to be what we consider sufficiently aired, but health is of more importance than appearances. With gentleness there need be no fear of want of neatness. 2461. Improving chamomile tonic. Dried orange peel added to chamomile flowers in proportion of half the quantity of the flowers improves the tonic. 2462. Gingerbread aperient. Gingerbread, made with oatmeal or with barley flour, is a very agreeable aperient for children. Beware of giving children medicines too frequently. 2463. Cod liver oil. This very beneficial drug, formerly so unpopular on account of its rank odor and nauseous taste, has of late years largely increased in consumption through the skillful manipulations of modern science in its preparation, whereby both the smell and the flavor have been almost entirely removed, rendering it capable of being taken by even the most delicate stomach. It is extremely efficacious in cases of consumption and debility, checking the emaciation, regulating the appetite, and restoring vitality. Coffee, new milk, and orange wine, whichever the patient may fancy, are among the best mediums for taking the oil. A cup must be bitter, that a smile will not sweeten. 2464. Chamomile flowers. Chamomile flowers should be gathered on a fine day and dried upon a tray placed in the sun. All herbs for medicinal purposes and uses should be treated in the same manner. 2465. Decoction of sarsaparilla. Take 4 ounces of the root, slice it down, put the slices into 4 pints of water, and simmer for 4 hours. Take out the sarsaparilla and beat it into a mash. Put it into the liquor again, and boil down to 2 pints. Then strain and cool the liquor. Dose: a wineglassful 3 times a day. Use: to purify the blood after a course of mercury, or, indeed, whenever any taint is given to the constitution, vitiating the blood and producing eruptive affections. 2466. Preston salts. Take of sal ammoniac and salts of tartar of each about 2 ounces. Pound up the sal ammoniac into small bits, and mix them gently with the salts of tartar. After being well mixed, add a few drops of oil of lavender, sufficient to scent, and also a little musk. Stop up in a glass bottle, and when required for use, add a few drops of water or spirits of hartshorn, when you will immediately have strong smelling salts. The musk, being expensive, may be omitted, as the salts will be good without it. Any person can, for a few pence, obtain these ingredients at any druggist's, and they will make salts which, to buy prepared, would cost, at the least, 18 pence. 2467. Destruction of rats. The following receipt for the destruction originated with Dr. Ure is highly recommended as the best known means of getting rid of the most obnoxious and destructive vermin. Melt hog's lard in a bottle plunged in water, heated to about 150 degrees of Fahrenheit. Introduce into it half an ounce of phosphorus for every pound of lard. Then add a pint of proof spirit or whiskey. Cork the bottle firmly after its contents have been heated to 150 degrees, taking it at the same time out of the water, and agitate smartly till the phosphorus becomes uniformly diffused, forming a milky-looking liquid. This liquid, being cooled, will afford a white compound of phosphorus and lard, from which the spirit spontaneously separates, and may be poured off to be used again for the same purpose, but not for drinking, for none of it enters into the combination, but it merely serves to comminute the phosphorus, and diffuse it in very small particles throughout the lard. This compound, on being warmed very gently, may be poured out into a mixture of wheat flour and sugar, incorporated therewith, and then flavored with oil of rhodium or not at pleasure. The flavor may be varied with oil of aniseed, etc. This dough, being made into pellets, is to be laid into rat holes. By its luminousness in the dark it attracts their notice, and being agreeable to their palates and noses, it is readily eaten, and proves certainly fatal. 2468. To kill slugs. 1. Take a quantity of cabbage leaves, and either put them into a warm oven, or heat them before the fire till they get quite soft. Then rub them with unsalted butter, or any kind of fresh dripping, and lay them in places infested with slugs. In a few hours the leaves will be found covered with snails and slugs, which may then, of course, be destroyed in any way the gardener may think fit. 2469. To destroy slugs. 2. Slugs are very voracious, and their ravages often do considerable damage, not only to the kitchen garden, but to the flower beds also. If, now and then, a few slices of turnip be put about the beds, on a summer or autumnal evening, the slugs will congregate thereon, and may be destroyed. 2470. To exterminate beetles. 1. Place a few lumps of unslaked lime where they frequent. 2. Set a dish or trap containing a little beer or syrup at the bottom, and place a few sticks slanting against its side, so as to form a sort of gangway for the beetles to climb up it, when they will go headlong into the bait set for them. 3. Mix equal weights of red lead, sugar, and flour, and place it nightly near their haunts, This mixture, made into sheets, forms the beetle wafers sold at the oil shops. Where reason rules, appetite obeys. 2471. To kill cockroaches. A teacupful of well-bruised plaster of Paris, mixed with double the quantity of oatmeal, to which a little sugar may be added, although this last named ingredient is not essential. Strew it onto the floor or in the chinks where they frequent. 2472. Earwigs. Earwigs are very destructive insects, their favorite food being the petals of roses, pinks, dahlias, and other flowers. They may be caught by driving stakes into the ground and placing on each an inverted flower pot, for the earwigs will climb up and take refuge under the pot, when they may be taken out and killed. Clean bowls of tobacco pipes, placed in a like manner on the tops of smaller sticks, are very good traps, or very deep holes may be made in the ground with a crowbar, into which they will fall, and may be destroyed by boiling water. 2473. To destroy ants. Drop some quicklime on the mouth of their nest, and wash it in with boiling water, or dissolve some camphor in spirits of wine. Then mix with water, and pour it into their haunts, or tobacco water, which has been found effectual. They are averse to strong scents. Camphor, or a sponge saturated with creosote, will prevent their infesting a cupboard. To prevent their climbing up trees, place a ring of tar around the trunk, or a circle of rag moistened occasionally with creosote. 2474. To prevent moths. In the month of April or May, beat your fur garments well with a small cane or elastic stick, then wrap them up in linen, without pressing the fur too hard, and put betwixt the folds some camphor in small lumps. Then put your furs in this state in boxes well closed. When the furs are wanted for use, beat them well as before, and expose them for 24 hours to the air, which will take away the smell of the camphor. If the fur has long hair, as bear or fox, add to the camphor an equal quantity of black pepper in powder. 2475. To get rid of moths. 1. Procure shavings of cedar wood and enclose in muslin bags, which can be distributed freely among the clothes. 2. Procure shavings of camphor wood and enclose in bags. 3. Sprinkle pimento, allspice, berries among the clothes. 4. Sprinkle the clothes with the seeds of the musk plant. 5. To destroy the eggs, when deposited in woolen clothes, etc., use a solution of acetate of potash in spirits of rosemary, 15 grains to the pint. 2476. Bugs. Spirits of naphtha rubbed with a small painter's brush into every part of a bedstead is a certain way to get rid of bugs. The mattress and binding of the bed should be examined, and the same process attended to, as they generally harbor more in these parts than in the bedstead. 3 pennyworth of naphtha is sufficient for one bed. 2477. Bug poison. Proof spirit 1 pint, camphor 2 ounces, oil of turpentine 4 ounces, corrosive sublimate 1 ounce. Mix. A correspondent says, I have been for a long time troubled with bugs, and never could get rid of them by any clean and expeditious method, until a friend told me to suspend a small bag of camphor to the bed, just in the center, overhead. I did so, and the enemy was most effectually repulsed, and has not made his appearance since, not even for a reconnaissance. This is a simple method of getting rid of these pests, and is worth a trial to see if it be effectual in other cases. 2478. Mixture for destroying flies. 1. Infusion of quassia, 1 pint. Brown sugar, 4 ounces. Ground pepper, 2 ounces. To be well mixed together, and put in small shallow dishes when required. 2479. To destroy flies. 2. To destroy flies in a room, take half a teaspoonful of black pepper in powder, 1 teaspoonful of brown sugar, and 1 tablespoonful of cream. Mix them well together, and place them in the room on a plate where the flies are troublesome, and they will soon disappear. When appetite commands, the pocket pays. 2480. Flies, 3. Cold green tea, very strong and sweetened with sugar, will, when set about the room in saucers, attract flies and destroy them. End of section 73.
Section 74 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chairlie. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 74. 2481. Inks. There are many receipts published for making ink. The following is as useful and economical a mode of producing good ink as any of them. 2482. Dr. Ure's Ink. For 12 gallons of ink, take 12 pounds of bruised galls, 5 pounds of gum, 5 pounds of green sulphate of iron, and 12 gallons of rainwater. Boil the galls with 9 gallons of the water for 3 hours, adding fresh water to supply that lost in vapour. Let the decoction settle, and draw off the clear liquor. Add it to the gum, previously dissolved in 1½ gallons of water. Dissolve the green vitriol separately in 1½ gallons of water, and mix the whole. 2483. Ink Powder. Ink powder is formed of the dry ingredients for ink, powdered and mixed. Powdered galls, 2 pounds. Powdered green vitriol, 1 pound. Powdered gum, 8 ounces. 2 ounces of this mixture will make 1 pint of ink. Cost, galls, 1s. 4d. per pound. Green vitriol, 1d. per pound. Powdered gum, 1s. 5d. per pound. 2484. Red Writing Ink. Best ground Brazil wood, 4 ounces, diluted acetic acid, 1 pint, alum, half an ounce. Boil the ingredients slowly in an enamelled vessel for 1 hour, strain, and add an ounce of gum. 2485. Marking Ink without preparation. There are several receipts for this ink, but the following is said to be one of the best of its kind. Dissolve separately 1 ounce of nitrate of silver and 1½ ounce of best washing soda in distilled or rainwater. Mix the solutions and collect and wash the precipitate in a filter. Whilst still moist, rub it up in a marble or Wedgwood mortar with 3 drachms of tartaric acid. Add 2 ounces of distilled water. Mix 6 drachms of white sugar and 10 drachms of powdered gum arabic, half an ounce of archil, and water to make up 6 ounces in measure. 2486A. Ink for zinc garden labels. Verdigris, 1 ounce. Sal ammoniac, 1 ounce. Lamp black, half an ounce. Water, half a pint. Mix in an earthenware mortar, without using a metal spatula. Directions: to be shaken before use, and used with a clean quill pen on bright zinc. Note: another kind of ink for zinc is also used, made of chloride of platinum, 5 grains, dissolved in 1 ounce of distilled or rainwater. But the first, which is much less expensive, answers perfectly, if used as directed, on clean bright zinc. 2486b. Manifold writing. The demand for a rapid and simple method of multiplying letters, circulars, etc., has led in recent years to the invention of several ingenious processes. So few copies are obtainable by the ordinary reporter's system of sheets of tissue paper, or flimsy, interleaved with sheets of prepared black paper, that various kinds of graphs have been produced, by which upwards of 100, and in some cases many more copies, may be produced from one writing. The graph process usually consists of transferring a writing made in an aniline dye onto a gelatine surface, from which, by the application of successive sheets of paper, subjected to a smoothing pressure by the hand, a number of copies may be obtained, and in a manner very similar to the ordinary lithographic process. All those which may be classified as gelatine transfer processes are, however, open to the objection that, after a certain number of copies, the colour grows very faint. Some other methods of manifold writing, such as the Edison, the Trypograph, the Cyclostyle, etc., by which 1000 copies can be taken from one writing, do not possess this fault, being based on a principle of a fine stencil on prepared paper, and squeezing ink through the minute perforations onto a sheet of paper fixed underneath. The writing in these stencil systems, however, has a dotty and broken appearance, displeasing to many eyes. The cyclostyle being perhaps least faulty in this respect. For those who would like to make a gelatine graph, we append the following recipe: 6 parts by weight of pure glycerin, 4 parts by weight of water, 2 parts of barium sulphate, and 1 part of sugar. Mix them and let them soak for 24 hours. Then melt at a gentle heat, stir until thoroughly mixed, and pour the composition into a tray. Any chemist will supply an aniline dye for the ink. Every pea helps to fill the peck. 2487. Cements. The term cement includes all those substances employed for the purpose of causing the adhesion of 2 or more bodies, whether originally separate or divided by an accidental fracture. As the various substances that may require cementing differ very much in texture, etc., a number of cements possessed of very different properties are required, because a cement that answers admirably under one set of circumstances may be perfectly useless in others. The general principles upon which the success or failure of cementing usually depends are: the different parts of a solid are held together by an attraction between their several particles, which is termed the attraction of cohesion. This attraction acts only when the particles are in the closest possible contact. Even air must not be between them. If, after breaking any substance, we could bring the particles into as close a contact as before, and perfectly exclude the air, they would reunite and be as strongly connected as ever. But in general this is impossible. Small particles of grit and dust get between them, the film of interposed air cannot be removed, and thus, however firmly we press the edges of a broken cup together, it remains cracked china still. The cohesion between the particles of the cement is very much less than the adhesion of the cement to other bodies, and if torn apart, the connected joint gives way, not by the loosening of the adhesion, but by the layer of cement splitting down the centre. Hence the important rule that the less cement in a joint, the stronger it is. To unite broken substances with a thick cement is disadvantageous, the object being to bring the surfaces as closely together as possible. The general principles that ought always to be borne in mind having been mentioned, the manufacture and uses of some of the more useful cements may be described. 2488. Mouth glue. The very useful preparation sold under this title is merely a thin cake of soluble glue, which, when moistened with the tongue, furnishes a ready means of uniting papers, etc. It is made by dissolving 1 pound of fine glue or gelatine in water, and adding half a pound of brown sugar, boiling the whole until it is sufficiently thick to become solid on cooling. It is then poured into moulds, or on a slab slightly greased, and cut into the required shape when cool. See liquid glue, number 2491. Economy is the household mint. 2489. Paste. Paste is usually made by rubbing up flour with cold water and boiling. If a little alum is mixed before boiling, it is much improved, being less clammy, working more freely in the brush, and thinner, a less quantity is required, and it is therefore stronger. If required in large quantity, as for papering rooms, it may be made by mixing 1/4 of flour, 1/4 pound of alum, and a little warm water. When mixed, the requisite quantity of boiling water should be poured on whilst the mixture is being stirred. Paste is only adapted to cementing paper. When used, it should spread on one side of the paper, which should then be folded with the pasted side inwards, and allowed to remain a few minutes before being opened and used. This swells the paper, and permits its being more smoothly and securely attached. If kept for a few days, paste becomes mouldy, and after a short time putrid. This inconvenience may be obviated by the use of 2490. Permanent paste. Permanent paste, made by adding to each half pint of flour paste without alum 15 grains of corrosive sublimate, previously rubbed to a powder in mortar, the whole to be well mixed. This, if prevented from drying by being kept in a covered pot, remains good any length of time, and is therefore convenient. But unfortunately it is extremely poisonous, though its excessively nauseous taste would prevent its being swallowed accidentally. It possesses the great advantage of not being liable to the attacks of insects. 2491. Liquid glue. The liquid glue of the shops is made by dissolving shellac in water, by boiling it along with borax, which possesses the peculiar property of causing the solution of the resinous lac. This preparation is convenient from its cheapness and freedom from smell, but it gives way if exposed to long continued damp, which that made with naphtha resists. 2492. Common glue. Of the use of common glue very little need be said. It should always be prepared in a glue pot or double vessel, to prevent its being burned, which injures it very materially. The chief objection to the use of this contrivance is, that it renders it impossible to heat the glue in the inner vessel to the boiling point. This, however, can be obviated by employing in the outer vessel some liquid which boils at a higher temperature than pure water, such as a saturated solution of salt, made by adding 1/3 as much salt as water. This boils at 224° Fahrenheit, 12° above the heat of boiling water, and enables the glue in the inner vessel to be heated to a much higher temperature than when pure water is employed. If a saturated solution of nitre is used, the temperature rises still higher. 2493. Diamond cement. Soak it in glass in water till it is soft, then dissolve it in the smallest possible quantity of proof spirit by the aid of a gentle heat. In 2 ounces of this mixture dissolve 10 grains of ammoniacum, and whilst still liquid add half a drachm of mastic, dissolved in 3 drachms of rectified spirit. Stir well together, and put into small bottles for sale. Directions for use. Liquefy the cement by plunging the bottle in hot water, and use it directly. The cement improves the oftener the bottle is thus warmed. It resists the action of water and moisture perfectly. 2494. Rice flour cement. An excellent cement may be made from rice flour, which is at present used for that purpose in China and Japan. It is only necessary to mix the rice flour intimately with cold water, and gently simmer it over a fire, when it readily forms a delicate and durable cement, not only answering all the purposes of common paste, but admirably adapted for joining together paper, cards, etc., in forming the various beautiful and tasteful ornaments which afford much employment and amusement to the ladies. When made of the consistence of plaster clay, models, busts, bas-reliefs, etc., may be formed of it, and the articles, when dry, are susceptible of high polish, and are very durable. 2495. Using Egg. The white of an egg, well beaten with quicklime, and a small quantity of very old cheese, forms an excellent substitute for cement when wanted in a hurry, either for broken china or old ornamental glassware. 2496. Cement for broken china, glass, etc. This cement, being nearly colourless, possesses advantages which liquid glue and other cements do not. Dissolve half an ounce of gum acacia in a wineglass of boiling water. Add plaster of Paris sufficient to form a thick paste, and apply it with a brush to the parts required to be cemented together. At night, nature is in mourning for the loss of the sun. 2497. Lime and Egg Cement. Lime and egg cement is frequently made by moistening the edges to be united with white of egg, dusting on some lime from a piece of muslin, and bringing the edges into contact. A much better mode is to slake some freshly burned lime with a small quantity of boiling water. This occasions it to fall into a very fine dry powder, if excess of water has not been added. The white of egg used should be intimately and thoroughly mixed, by beating with an equal bulk of water, and the slaked lime added to the mixture so as to form a thin paste, which should be used speedily, as it soon sets. This is a valuable cement, possessed of great strength, and capable of withstanding boiling water. Cements made with lime and blood, scraped cheese, or curd may be regarded as inferior varieties of it. 2498. White lead as cement. Cracked vessels of earthenware and glass may often be usefully, though not ornamentally, repaired by white lead spread on strips of calico, and secured with bands of twine. 2499. Marine Glue. In point of strength, all ordinary cements yield the palm to Jeffrey's patent marine glue, a compound of India rubber, shellac, and coal tar naphtha. Small quantities can be purchased at most of the tool warehouses, at cheaper rates than it can be made. The colour of this glue, however, prevents its being much used. 2500. Coaguline. An exceedingly strong, and at the same time a transparent and colourless cement, is made by Messrs. K. Brothers of Stockport, and is sold by most fancy stationers and chemists under the name of coaguline. It is easily and quickly applied, and will be found extremely serviceable in repairing glass, china, and stone articles. It is inexpensive. 2501. Red Cement. Red cement, which is employed by instrument makers for cementing glass to metals, and which is very cheap and exceedingly useful for a variety of purposes, is made by melting 5 parts of black rosin, 1 part of yellow wax, and then stirring in gradually 1 part of red ochre or Venetian red, in fine powder, and previously well dried. This cement requires to be melted before use, and it adheres better if the objects to which it is applied are warmed. 2502. A soft cement for corks. A soft cement, of a somewhat similar character to that just described, is useful for covering the corks of preserved fruit and other bottles. It is made by melting yellow wax with an equal quantity of rosin or of common turpentine, not oil of turpentine, but the resin, using the latter for a very soft cement, and stirring in, as before, some dried Venetian red. 2503. Mastic Cement. This is employed for making a superior coating to inside walls, but must not be confounded with the resin mastic. It is made by mixing 20 parts of well washed and sifted sharp sand, with 2 parts of litharge and 1 of freshly burned and slaked quicklime, in fine dry powder. This is made into a putty by mixing with linseed oil. It sets in a few hours, having the appearance of a light stone, and we mention it, as it may be frequently employed with advantage in repairing broken stonework, as steps, by filling up the missing parts. The employment of Roman cement, plaster, etc., for masonry work, hardly comes within the limits of domestic manipulation. 2504. Cement for leather and cloth. An adhesive material for uniting the parts of boots and shoes, and for the seams of articles of clothing, may be made thus. Take 1 pound of gutta percha, 4 ounces of India rubber, 2 ounces of pitch, 1 ounce of shellac, 2 ounces of oil. The ingredients are to be melted together and used hot. Go to bed with the lamb and rise with the lark. 2505. Bird lime. Take any quantity of linseed oil, say half a pint, and put it into an old pot, or any vessel that will stand the fire without breaking. The vessel must not be more than 1/3 full. Put it on a slow fire, stir it occasionally until it thickens as much as required. This will be known by cooling the stick in water, and trying it with the fingers. It is best to make it rather harder than for use. Then pour it into cold water. It can be brought back to the consistency required with a little archangel tar. 2506. Anglo-Japanese work. This is an elegant and easy domestic art. Take yellow withered leaves, dissolve gum, black paint, copal varnish, etc. Any articles, such as an old tea caddy, flower pots, fire screens, screens of all descriptions, work boxes, etc., may be ornamented with these simple materials. Select perfect leaves, dry and press them between the leaves of books. Rub the surface of the article to be ornamented with fine sandpaper, then give it a coat of fine black paint, which should be procured mixed at the colour shop. When dry, rub smooth with pumice stone, and give 2 other coats. Dry. Arrange leaves in any manner and variety according to taste. Gum the leaves on the underside, and press them upon their places. Then dissolve some in a glass of hot water, and brush it over the work. Dry. Give 3 coats of copal varnish, allowing ample time for each coat to dry. Articles thus ornamented last for years, and are very pleasing. 2507. Ornamental leather work. An excellent imitation of carved oak, suitable for frames, boxes, vases, and ornaments in endless variety, may be made of a description of leather called basil. The art consists in simply cutting out this material in imitation of natural objects, and in impressing upon it by simple tools, either with or without the aid of heat, such marks and characteristics as are necessary to the imitation. The rules given with regard to the imitation of leaves and flowers apply to ornamental leatherwork. Begin with a simple object, and proceed by degrees to those that are more complicated. Cut out an ivy or an oak leaf, and impress the veins upon it. Then arrange these in groups and affix them to frames or otherwise. The tools required are ivory or steel points of various sizes, punches, and tin shapes, such as are used for confectionery. The points may be made out of the handles of old toothbrushes. Before cutting out the leaves, the leather should be well soaked in water until it is quite pliable. When dry, it will retain the artistic shape. Leaves and stems are fastened together by means of liquid glue, and varnished with any of the drying varnishes, or with sealing wax dissolved to a suitable consistency in spirits of wine. Wire, cork, gutta percha, bits of stems of trees, etc., may severally be used to aid in the formation of groups of buds, flowers, seed vessels, etc. 2508. Black paper patterns. Mix some lamp black with sweet oil. With a piece of flannel cover sheets of writing paper with the mixture. Dab the paper dry with a bit of fine linen. When using, put the black side on another sheet of paper, and fasten the corners together with small pins. Lay on the back of the black paper the pattern to be drawn, and go over it with the point of a steel drawing pencil. The back will then leave the impression of the pattern on the undersheet, on which you may draw it with ink. 2509. Patterns on Cloth or Muslin. Patterns on cloth or muslin are drawn with a pen dipped in stone blue, a bit of sugar, and a little water, wet to the consistence wanted. End of section 74. Reading by Chairlie, BC, Canada.
Section 75 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 75. 2510. Feather Flowers. Materials. Procure the best white swan or goose feathers. Have them plucked off the fowl with care not to break the web. Free them from down, except a small quantity on the shaft of the feather. Get also a little fine wire, different sizes, a few skeins of fine floss silks, some good cotton wool or wadding, a reel of No. 4 Moravian cotton, a skein of Indian silk, some starch and gum for pastes, and a pair of small sharp scissors, a few sheets of colored silk paper, and some watercolors. Eating and drinking shouldn't keep us from thinking. 2511. Patterns for petals. Having procured 2 good specimens of the flower you wish to imitate, carefully pull off the petals of one, and, with a piece of tissue paper, cut out the shape of each, taking care to leave the shaft of the feather at least half an inch longer than the petal of the flower. Carefully bend the feather with the thumb and finger to the proper shape. Mind not to break the web. 2512. Stem and heart of a flower. Take a piece of wire 6 inches long. Across the top lay a small piece of cotton wool. Turn the wire over it and wind it round until it is the size of the heart or center of the flower which you are going to imitate. If a single flower, cover it with paste or velvet of the proper color, and round it must be arranged the stamens. These are made of fine Indian silk, or feathers may be used for this purpose. After the petals have been attached, the silk or feather is dipped into gum, and then into the farina. Place the petals round one at a time, and wind them on with Moravian cotton, No. 4. Arrange them as nearly like the flower you have for a copy as possible. Cut the stems of the feathers even, and then make the calyx of feathers, cut like the pattern or natural flower. For the small flowers the calyx is made with paste. Cover the stems with paper or silk the same as the flowers. The paper must be cut into narrow strips, about 1/4 of an inch wide. 2513. Pastes of calyx, hearts, and buds of flowers. Take common white starch and mix it with gum water until it is the substance of thick treacle. Color it with the dyes used for the feathers, and keep it from the air. 2514. To make the farina. Use common ground rice, mixed into a stiff paste with any dye. Dry it before the fire, and when quite hard, pound it to a fine powder. The buds, berries, and hearts of some double flowers are made with cotton wool wound around the wire, molded to the shape with thumb and finger. Smooth it over with gum water, and when dry, cover the buds, berries, or calyx with the proper colored pastes. They will require 1 or 2 coats, and may be shaded with a little paint, and then gummed and left to dry. 2515. Flowers of 2 or more shades. Flowers of 2 or more shades are variegated with watercolors, mixed with lemon juice, ultramarine, and chrome for blue, and to produce other effects, gold may also be used in powder mixed with lemon juice and gum water. 2516. To dye feathers blue. Into 2 pennyworth of oil of vitriol, mix 2 pennyworth of the best indigo in powder. Let it stand a day or 2. When wanted, shake it well, and into a quart of boiling water put 1 tablespoonful of the liquid. Stir it well, put the feathers in, and let them simmer a few minutes. 2517. Yellow. Put a tablespoonful of the best turmeric into a quart of boiling water. When well mixed, put in the feathers. More or less of the turmeric will give them different shades, and a very small quantity of soda will give them an orange hue. 2518. Green. Mix the indigo liquid with turmeric, and pour boiling water over it. Let the feathers simmer in the dye until they have acquired the shade you want them. 2519. Pink. 3 good pink saucers in a quart of boiling water with a small quantity of cream of tartar. If a deep color is required, use 4 saucers. Let the feathers remain in the dye several hours. 2520. Red. In a quart of boiling water, dissolve a teaspoonful of cream of tartar. Put in 1 tablespoonful of prepared cochineal, and then a few drops of muriate of tin. This dye is expensive, and scarlet flowers are best made with the plumage of red ibis, which can generally be had of a bird fancier or bird stuffer, who will give directions how it should be applied. We seldom repent of having eaten too little. 2521. Lilac. About 2 teaspoonfuls of cudbear into about a quart of boiling water. Let it simmer a few minutes before you put in the feathers. A small quantity of cream of tartar turns the color from lilac to amethyst. 2522. Black, crimson. See instructions upon dyeing, paragraph 2682, etc. 2523. Preparation of feathers for dyeing. The feathers must be put into hot water, and allowed to drain before they are put into the dyes. After they are taken out of the dye, rinse them 2 or 3 times in clear cold water, except the red, which must only be done once. Then lay them on a tray, over which a cloth has been spread, before a good fire. When they begin to dry and unfold, draw each feather gently between your thumb and finger until it regains its proper shape. 2524. Leaves of the flowers. These are made of green feathers, cut like those of the natural flower, and serrated at the edge with a very small pair of scissors. For the calyx of a moss rose, the down is left on the feather, and is a very good representation of the moss on the natural flower. 2525. Waxen flowers and fruit. There is no art more easily acquired, nor more encouraging in its immediate results, than that of modeling flowers and fruit in wax. The art, however, is attended by this drawback, that the materials required are somewhat expensive. 2526. Materials for wax flowers. The appliances required for commencing the making of waxen flowers will cost from 20 cents to 30 cents, and may be obtained at most fancy repositories in large towns. Persons wishing to commence the art would do well to inquire for particulars and see specimens of materials, because in this, as in every other pursuit, there are novelties and improvements being introduced, which no book can give an idea of. 2527. Petals and leaves of wax flowers. Petals and leaves of wax flowers are made of sheets of colored wax, which may be purchased in packets of assorted colors. 2528. Stems. The stems are made of wire of suitable thicknesses, covered with silk and overlaid with wax, and the leaves are frequently made by thin sheets of wax pressed upon leaves of embossed calico. Leaves of various descriptions are to be obtained of the persons who sell the materials for wax flower making. 2529. Models for wax flowers. Ladies will often find among their discarded artificial flowers leaves and buds that will serve as the base of their wax models. 2530. Natural models for wax flowers. The best guide to the construction of a flower, far better than printed diagrams or patterns, is to take a flower, say a tulip, a rose, or a camellia. If possible, procure 2 flowers, nearly alike, and carefully pick one of them to pieces. Lay the petals down in the order in which they are taken from the flower, and then cut paper patterns from them, and number them from the center of the flower, that you may know their relative positions. 2531. Putting petals together. The perfect flower will guide you in getting the wax petals together, and will enable you to give, not only to each petal, but to the contour of the flower, the characteristics which are natural to it. In most cases, they are merely pressed together and held in their places by the adhesiveness of the wax. From the paper patterns the wax petals or other portions of the flowers may be cut. They should be cut singly, and the scissors should be frequently dipped into water to prevent the wax adhering to the blades. 2532. Utilization of scraps of wax. The scraps of wax that fall from the cutting will be found useful for making seed vessels and other parts of the flowers. He who serves well need not be afraid to ask his wages. 2533. Leaves of flowers. Where the manufactured foundations cannot be obtained, patterns of them should be cut in paper. The Venus appearance may be imparted to the wax by pressing the leaf upon it. 2534. Sprigs of plants. In the construction of sprigs, it is most important to be guided by sprigs of the natural plant, as various kinds of plants have many different characteristics in the grouping of their flowers, leaves, and branches. 2535. Selection of sheets of wax. When about to copy a flower, take care in the selection of good sheets of wax, and see that their colors are precisely those of the flower you desire to imitate. 2536. Imitation of tints, stripes, spots, etc. For the tints, stripes, and spots of variegated flowers, you will be supplied with colors among the other materials, and the application of them is precisely upon the principle of watercolor painting. 2537. Fruit, etc. in wax. For the imitating of fruit in wax, very different rules are to be observed. The following directions may, however, be generally followed. The material of which molds for wax and fruit should be composed is the best plaster of Paris, such as is used for plaster casts, etc. If this cannot be procured, the inferior plaster from the oil shop may be substituted, if it can be obtained quite fresh. If, however, the plaster is faulty, the results of the modelling will of course be more or less faulty also. It is the property of plaster of Paris to form a chemical union with water, and to form a paste which rapidly sets or hardens into a substance of the density of firm chalk. The mould must therefore be formed by impression from the object to be imitated, made upon the plaster before it sets. 2538. Causes of want of accuracy. The use of an elastic fruit in early experiments leads to a want of accuracy in the first steps of the operation, which causes very annoying difficulties afterwards, and therefore a solid inelastic body, an egg boiled hard, is recommended as the first object to be imitated. 2539. Making the moulds. First half. Having filled a small pudding basin about 3/4 full of damp sand, the finer the better, lay the egg lengthways in the sand, so that half of it is above and half below the level of the sand, which should be perfectly smooth around it. Then prepare the plaster in another basin, which should be half full of water. Sprinkle the plaster in quickly till it comes to the top of the water, and then, having stirred it for a moment with a spoon, pour the whole upon the egg in the other basin. 2540. Making the moulds. Second half. While the half mould thus made is hardening thoroughly, carefully remove every particle of plaster from the basin in which it was mixed, and also from the spoon which has been used. This must be done by placing them both in water and wiping them perfectly clean. This is highly important, since a small quantity of plaster which has set will destroy the quality of a second mixing of it if it is incorporated therewith. In about 5 minutes the half mould will be fit to remove, which may be done by turning the basin up with the right hand, taking care not to lose the sand, so that the mould falls into the left hand. The egg should then be gently allowed to fall back on the sand out of the mould. If, however, it adheres, lightly scrape the plaster from the edge of the mould, and then shake it out into the hollow of the hand. If, however, the exact half of the egg has been immersed in the sand, no such difficulty will arise. This shows how important is exactness in the first position of the object from which a casting is to be taken. The egg being removed and laid aside, the moulded casting must be trimmed, that is, the sand must be brushed from the flat surface of the mould with a nail brush very slightly, without touching the extreme and sharp edges where the hollow of the mould commences. Then upon the broad edge from which the sand has been brushed aside, make 4 equidistant hollows, with the round end of a table knife, like the deep impression of a thimble's end. These are to guide hereafter in the fixing of the second half of the mould. The egg should now be replaced in the casting, and the edge of the cast, with the holes, thoroughly lubricated with sweet oil, laid on with a feather, or what is better, a large camel hair brush. Father and mother are kind, but God is kinder. 2541. Casting second half of mould. Into the small pudding basin from which the sand has been emptied, place, with the egg uppermost, the half mould, which, if the operation has been managed properly, should fit close at the edges to the side of the vessel. Then prepare some more liquid plaster as before, and pour it upon the egg and mould, and while it is hardening, round it with a spoon, as with the first half. 2542. Completion of mold. In due time, remove the whole from the basin. The halves will be found readily separable, and the egg being removed, the mold is ready to cast in, after it has been set aside for an hour or two, so as to completely harden. This is the simplest form of mold, and all are made upon the same principle. 2543. Casting egg in wax. The casting of an egg is not merely interesting, as the first step in a series of lessons, but as supplying a means of imitating peculiarly charming objects, which the student of natural history tries almost in vain to preserve. We shall proceed, then, with the directions for the casting of an egg in the mold. 2544. Materials required. For the first experiments, common yellow wax may be used as the material, or the ends of half-burnt wax candles. The materials of the hard, not tallow, composition mold candles will also answer. 2545. Large castings made hollow. Every large object to be imitated in wax should be cast hollow, and therefore, though the transparent lightness required in the imitation of fruits is not requisite in an artificial egg, the egg may be cast upon the same principle as a piece of fruit, in the following manner. Firstly, the two pieces of the plaster of Paris mold must be soaked in hot water for 10 minutes. Secondly, the wax should, in the meantime, be very slowly melted in a small tin saucepan, with a spout to it, care being taken not to allow it to boil, or it will be discolored. As to the quantity of wax to be melted, the following is a general rule. If a lump, the size of the object to be imitated, be placed in the saucepan, it should be sufficient for casting twice, at least. Thirdly, as soon as the wax is melted thoroughly, place the saucepan on the hob of the grate, and taking the parts of the mold from the hot water, remove the moisture from their surfaces by pressing them gently with a handkerchief or soft cloth. It is necessary to use what is called in some of the arts a very light hand in this operation, especially in drying molds of fruits whose aspect possesses characteristic irregularities, such as those on the orange, the lemon, or the cucumber. The mold must not be wiped, but only pressed. If the water has not been hot enough, or if the drying is not performed quickly, the mold will be too cold, and the wax will congeal too rapidly, and settle in ridges and streaks. On the other hand, if the wax has been made too hot, it will adhere to the mold and refuse to come out entire. Fourthly, having laid the two halves of the mold so that there can be no mistake in fitting the one in its exact place quickly on the other, pour from the saucepan into one of the half molds nearly as much wax as will fill the hollow made by the model egg. Quickly fit the other half on top of it, squeeze the two pieces tightly together in the hand, and still holding them thus, turn them over in every position possible, so that the wax which is slowly congealing in the internal hollow of the mold may be of equal thickness in all parts. Having continued this process at least 2 minutes, the hands, still holding and turning the mold, may be immersed in cold water to accelerate the cooling process. The perfect congealment of the wax may be known after a little experience by the absence of the sound of fluid on shaking the mold. Fifthly, as soon as the mold is completely cooled, the halves may be separated carefully, the upper being lifted straight up from the under, and if the operation has been properly managed, a waxen egg will be turned out of the mold. Lastly, the egg will only require trimming, that is, removing the ridge which marks the line at which the halves of the mold joined, and polishing out the scratches or inequalities left by the knife with a piece of soft rag, wet with spirits of turpentine or spirits of wine. It is always desirable to make several castings of the same object, as the molds are apt to get chipped when laid by in a cupboard, and for this reason, as well as for the sake of practice, we recommend our pupils to make at least a dozen waxen eggs before they proceed to any other object. If they succeed in this completely, they may rest assured that every difficulty which is likely to meet them in any future operation will be easily overcome. He doeth well who doeth good. 2546. Coloring the wax. While the wax is yet on the hob and in a fluid state, stir into it a little flake white, in powder, and continue to stir the mixture while it is being poured into the half mold. It will be found that unless the fixing and shaking of the molds is managed quickly, the coloring matter will settle on the side of the half into which the mixture is poured. A little care in manipulation is therefore again requisite. The coloring of the wax is a matter which comes easily enough by experiment. Oranges, lemons, large gooseberries, small cucumbers, etc., etc., are excellent objects for practice. 2547. Close imitation of the surface. It will be noted by the acute observer that the shell of the common hen's egg has a number of minute holes which destroy the perfect smoothness of its appearance. This peculiarity is imitated in the following simple manner. In the first place, very slightly prick with a fine needle the surface of your waxen egg, and then, having smeared it with spirits of turpentine, rub the surface all over, so as nearly to obliterate the marks of the needlepoint. 2548. Diaphany. This is a beautiful, useful, and inexpensive art, easily acquired, and producing imitations of the richest and rarest stained glass, and also of making blinds, screens, skylights, Chinese lanterns, etc., in every variety of color and design. 2549. Imitation of colored glass. In decorating his house, an Englishman spends as much money as he can conveniently spare. The elegances and refinements of modern taste demand something more than mere comfort. Yet, though his walls are hung with pictures, his drawing rooms filled with bijouterie, how is it that the windows of his hall, his library, his staircase are neglected? The reason is obvious. The magnificent historical old stained glass might be envied, but could not be brought within the compass of ordinary means. Recent improvements in printing and colors led the way to this beautiful invention, by which economy is combined with most perfect results. A peculiar kind of paper is rendered perfectly transparent, upon which designs are printed in glass colors, vitre de couleur, which will not change with the light. The paper is applied to the glass with a clear white varnish, and when dry, a preparation is finally applied, which increases the transparency and adds tenfold brilliancy to the effect. 2550. Imitation of half-light. There is another design printed in imitation of the half-light, abat-jour. This is used principally for a ground covering the whole surface of the glass, within which, the necessary spaces having been previously cut out before it is stuck on the glass, are placed medallion centers of Watteau figures, perfectly transparent, which derive increased brilliancy from the semi-transparency of the surrounding ground. This is by far the cheapest method, though involving extra trouble, as the plain grounds printed in sheets are only a fourth the price of the sheets which contain the medallion Watteau centers or other small designs suitable for the purpose. 2551. Sheets of Designs. The transparent sheets measure 20½ inches by 16½ inches and are ready for immediate use. The other articles required are some clear white varnish, some liqueur diaphane, brushes, metal palettes, and ivory sticks. These are all the appliances required. 2552. Calculation of quantities. To ascertain the quantity of designs required, measure your glass carefully, and then calculate how many sheets it will take, the sheets being 20½ inch by 16½ inch as given above. The sheets are arranged so that they can be joined together continuously or cut to any size or shape. 2553. Practical instructions. Choose a fine day for the operation, as the glass should be perfectly dry and unaffected by the humidity of the atmosphere. Of course, if you have a choice, it is more convenient to work on your glass before it is fixed into the frame. If you are working on a piece of unattached glass, lay it on a flat table. A marble slab is preferable, over which you must previously lay a piece of baize or cloth to keep the glass steady. The glass being thus fixed, clean and polish the side on which you intend to operate. In windows, this is the inner side. Then with your brush, lay on it very equably a good coat of the prepared varnish. Let this dry for an hour, more or less, according to the dryness of the atmosphere and the thickness of the coat of varnish. Meantime, cut and trim your designs carefully to fit the glass. If it is one entire transparent sheet, you will find little trouble. Then lay them on a piece of paper, face downwards, and damp the back of them with a sponge, applied several times to equalize the moisture. In this operation, arrange your time so that your designs may now be finally left to dry for 15 minutes before application to the glass, the varnish on which has now become tacky or sticky, and in a proper state to receive them. Apply the printed side next to the glass without pressure. Endeavor to let your sheet fall perfectly level and smooth onto your glass, so that you may avoid leaving creases, which would be fatal. Take now your palette, lay it flat on the design, and press out all the air bubbles, commencing in the center and working them out at the sides. An ivory stick will be found useful in removing creases. You now leave this to dry, and after 24 hours, apply a slight coat of the liqueur diaphane, leaving it on another day. When, if dry, apply a second coat of the same kind, which must be left for several days. Finally, apply a coat of varnish over all. 2554. Probable results. If these directions are carefully followed, your glass will never be affected by time or any variations in the weather. It will defy hail, rain, frost, and dust, and can be washed the same as ordinary stained glass, to which in some respects it is even superior. 2555. Application of diaphane. It is impossible to enumerate the variety of articles to the manufacture of which diaphane may be successfully applied, as it is not confined to glass, but can be done on silk, parchment, paper, linen, etc., after they have been made transparent, which may be accomplished in the following manner. 2556. Management of paper, etc. Stretch your paper, or whatever it may be, on a frame or drawing board, then apply 2 successive coats, a day between each, of diaphanous liquor, and after leaving it to dry for several days, cover it with a thin layer of very clear size, and when dry it will be in a fit state to receive the coat of varnish and the designs. 2557. Management of textile fabrics. Silk, linen, or other stuffs should be more carefully stretched, and receive a thicker coat of size than the paper or parchment. The latter may be strained on a drawing or any other smooth board by damping the sheet, and after pasting the edges, stretching it down while damp. Silk, linen, and other stuffs require to be carefully stretched on a suitable frame. Whatever you use, take great care to allow time to dry before applying the liquor diaphane. 2558. Screens, etc. in diaphane. All kinds of screens, lampshades and glasses, lanterns, etc., etc., may be made in this way, as heat will produce no effect upon them. The transparent pictures are successful, because they may be hung on a window frame or removed at will, and the window blinds are superior to anything of that kind yet produced. 2559. Vitrimony. Vitrimony is a process of imitating painting on glass similar to diaphany, and potichamony is a process of like nature by which glass plates, vases, etc. are made to resemble porcelain. 2560. Decalomany. This recently discovered and beautiful art consists in transferring colored drawings to glass, porcelain, china, wood, silk, furniture, plaster of Paris, alabaster, ivory, paper, paper hangings, windows, tea trays, oilcloth, and all kinds of fancy articles, in short, materials of any kind, shape, or size, provided they possess a smooth surface, can be decorated with decalomany, the immediate result being an exact resemblance to painting by hand. The art itself is simple and ingenious, and while affording agreeable occupation to ladies, it may be made to serve many useful purposes, on account of the numerous objects which will admit of being thus ornamented. 2561. Materials employed in decalcomany. 1. A bottle of transfer varnish for fixing the drawings. 2. A bottle of light varnish to pass over the drawings when fixed. 3. A bottle of spirit to clean the brushes, and to remove those pictures which may not be successful. 4. A piece of beaver cloth about 9 inches square. 5. A paper knife and roller. 6. 2 or 3 camel hair brushes. 7. A basin of water. 8. A bottle of opaque varnish. 2562. Instructions. Thoroughly clean and free from grease the article to be decorated. Then, having cut off the white paper margin of the drawing, dip one of the brushes into the transfer varnish, and give it a very light coat, being especially careful to cover the whole of the colored portion, but not to allow it to touch the blank paper. Then lay the drawing, face downwards, on the object to be ornamented, taking care to place it at once where it is to remain, as it would be spoilt by moving. If the varnish, on its first application, is too liquid, allow the picture to remain for about 10 minutes to set. Moisten the cloth with water, and lay it gently on the drawing which has been previously laid in its place on the object to be decorated. Then rub it over with the paper knife or roller, so as to cause the print to adhere in every part. This done, remove the cloth. Well soak the paper with a camel hair brush dipped in water, and immediately after lift the paper by one corner and gently draw it off. The picture will be left on the object, while the paper will come off perfectly white. Care must be taken that the piece of cloth, without being too wet, is sufficiently so to saturate the paper completely. The drawing must now be washed with a camel hair brush in clean water to remove the surplus varnish, and then left till quite dry. On the following day, cover the picture with a light coat of the fixing varnish to give brilliancy to the colors. The Stranger in His Wretchedness. 2563. To ornament dark-colored objects. To ornament dark-colored objects, such as the bindings of books, Russia leather, blotting cases, leathern bags, etc., the picture must be previously covered with a mixture of opaque white varnish, taking care not to pass beyond the outline of the design. On the following day, proceed according to the instructions given in the preceding paragraph. 2564. To ornament silk, paper, or articles which will not bear wetting. Varnish the picture with the transfer varnish, as previously explained, following the outline of the design, then allow it to dry for an hour or two. When quite dry, pass a damp sponge over the entire surface of the sheet, so as to remove the composition which surrounds the picture, and which may spoil the object. Let the paper dry once more, and varnish the picture again with the transfer varnish. In about 10 minutes, place it face downward on the object to be decorated, and rub it with a paper knife or roller over the whole of its surface. Finally, moisten the paper with a wet brush, allow it to remain sufficiently long to become moist, then strip the paper off. To remove a spoiled picture from any object, dip a soft rag in the essence and rub it over the surface. 2565. To ensure a successful result. To ensure a successful result, care must be taken to give a very light coating of varnish to the parts to be transferred. When the varnish is first applied, it is very liquid, and must remain 10 minutes, the best condition for transferring being when the varnish is only just sticky without being too dry. 2566. The following designs will be found the most elegant and appropriate. English flowers of every variety, bouquets, tropical birds, flowers and fruits in imitation of aqua tint, garlands with cupids after Watteau, and garlands with birds, domestic scenes, pears and cherries, apples and plums, white grapes and plums, black grapes and peaches, plums and mulberries, large bouquet of roses, bouquets of moss roses and pansies, bouquets of small camellias, bouquets of wallflowers and poppies, bouquets of orange blossom, medallions, various subjects, birds' nests, Gothic initials and monogram, fleur-de-lis, borders various. 2567. Heraldic decalcomany. Heraldic decalcomany is an extended application of this art, the arms and crests of persons or families being emblazoned in their proper colors according to the rules of heraldry, and prepared for decalcomany. Armorial bearings, thus embellished, serve admirably to ornament and identify the books of a library and pictures of a gallery, to decorate menus for dinner, the invitations to a soirée, etc. By their brilliant colors they give an elegant effect to the table decorations. End of section 75.
Section 76 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 76. 2568. Croquet. This outdoor pastime is of comparatively modern creation, and until quite lately was very much in vogue. It may be played by persons of all ages and of either sex, but it is especially adapted for ladies and young persons, as it demands but slight personal exertion, while it affords delightful and health-giving sport. 2569. The ground. The ground is preferably a grass plot of an oblong form, but an ordinary lawn or expanse of even turf will answer the purpose so long as it is of sufficient extent for the operations of the game. 2570. Implements. The implements are balls, mallets, starting and turning pegs, croquet clips or markers, hoops or arches. 2571. Arrangement of the hoops. As much of the interest of this game depends upon the arrangement of the hoops, it is essential that they should be fixed in the ground on definite principles. In the first place, the starting peg is driven in at one end of the ground, and the turning peg is driven in at the other extremity. From each of these pegs a space of 12 feet intervenes. Here a hoop is fixed. Another space of 10 feet intervenes, when a second hoop is fixed. A space of 8 feet then succeeds, and at this point is formed what may be termed the base, on each side of which, at a distance of 20 feet, and succeeding each other at intervals of 10 feet, 3 hoops are driven in. By this arrangement a square is formed, the starting peg leading into its center, and the turning peg leading from it. Where the ground is small, the distances may be contracted proportionally. Other arrangements of the hoops may be made at the discretion of the players, but the first named plan will be found best worthy of adoption, as it affords the most excellent opportunities for the display of address and skill. 2572. The game. The game consists in striking the balls from the starting peg through the hoops to the peg at the opposite extremity. The balls are then driven back again to the starting peg. The game may be played by any number of persons not exceeding 8. A larger number renders the game tedious. The best number is 4. If 2 only play, each player may take 2 balls, and when as many as 8 play, there should be 2 sides or sets. Each player takes a mallet, ball and croquet clip of the same color or number, the clip being used to indicate the hoop at which, in his turn, he aims. The division into sides, choice of balls, mallets, etc., is determined by the players among themselves. 2573. Laws of Croquet. In this game, as with many other sports when first established, there were differences of opinion on certain points of practice. In 1870, however, at a conference of croquet players, the following rules were settled and adopted. They are now accepted by all players. 1. There shall be no restriction to the number, weight, size, shape or material of the mallets, nor as to the attitude or position of the striker. 2. The players shall toss for choice of lead and of balls, and a succession of games shall take the lead alternately, and keep the same balls. 3. In commencing, each ball shall be placed at 1 foot from the first hoop in a direct line between the pegs, and the ball having been struck is at once in play, and croquetable, whether it shall have made the first hoop or not. 4. A stroke is considered to have been taken if a ball is moved perceptibly, but should the player have struck it accidentally, and the umpire be satisfied that the stroke was accidental, the ball is replaced and the stroke taken again. 5. If the player make a foul stroke, he loses his turn and all the points made therein, and the balls remain where they lie, at the option of the adversary. The following are considered foul strokes: A. To strike with the mallet another ball instead of or beside one's own in making the stroke. B. To spoon, that is, to push a ball without an audible knock. C. To strike a ball twice in the same stroke. D. To stop a ball with the foot in taking a loose croquet. E. To allow a ball to touch the mallet in rebounding from the turning peg. F. To fail to stir the passive ball in taking croquet. G. If a player, in striking at a ball which lies against a peg or wire, should move it from its position by striking a peg or wire, the ball must be replaced and the stroke taken again. 6. A player continues to play so long as he makes a point or hits a ball. A point consists in making a hoop or hitting the turning peg in order. 7. The ball has made its hoop when, having passed through from the playing side and ceased to roll, it cannot be touched by a straight edge placed across the wires on the side from which it was played. 8. A player who hits a ball must take croquet, that is, must strike his own ball while in contact with the other, so as perceptibly to stir both. In doing this he is not allowed to place his foot on his ball. A player, when his turn comes round, may hit and croquet each ball in succession, and can do this again after each point made, but between the points can only take croquet once off each ball. 9. A playing ball which hits another after making a point is in hand, and the striker can score no point till he has taken croquet. After hitting another, a ball may be stopped by any player, but should it, in rolling, displace any of the other balls, such balls must remain where they are driven. 10. When, at the commencement of a turn, two balls are found touching, croquet must be taken at once, without repeating the hit. 11. When a player, in his stroke, hits one or more balls, he must take croquet off the ball that is struck first. But if he has hit two simultaneously, he may choose from which of them he will take it, and in both cases a second hit is required before he can take it from the other ball. 12. Should the ball in making its hoop strike another that lies beyond the hoop and then pass through it, the hoop and the hit both count. But should any part of the ball that is hit have been lying beneath the hoop, the croquet must be taken, but the hoop does not count. 13. A rover which strikes or is driven by another ball against the winning peg is out of the game, and must be removed from the ground. 14. A player who pegs out a rover by a first hit cannot take croquet from it, as the ball is out of the game, and he is not entitled to another stroke. 15. Should a player play out of his turn or with a wrong ball, and this be discovered by his antagonist before a second stroke in error has been made, the turn is lost, and all the points made after the mistake, and the balls shall remain as they lay at the time the mistake was discovered, or be replaced to the satisfaction of the antagonist. But if he has made a second stroke before the error is discovered, he continues his break, and the next player follows with the ball that is next in rotation to the one with which he has played, and is liable to lose his turn and all points made therein, if he plays with that which would have been the right ball if no mistake had been made. 16. Should a player make the wrong hoop by mistake, or croquet a ball that he is not entitled to croquet, and the mistake be discovered before he has made a second stroke, he loses his turn, and any point so made in error. But if he has made a second stroke before the discovery, he shall be allowed to continue his break. 17. In order to prevent the occurrence of the errors noticed in the above rules (Nos. 15 and 16), a player is bound, upon being appealed to declare truly what is his next hoop or point in order, and is entitled to demand of his antagonist what he has played last, and to insist upon his clip being properly placed. 18. When clips are used they should be moved by the umpire, or with his cognizance, at the end of each turn, and their position shall be conclusive as to the position of the balls in the game. 19. Should a ball in play be accidentally stopped by the umpire, he places it where he considers that it would have rolled to. Should it be stopped by a player, it will rest with the side opposed to that player to say whether the ball shall remain where it stopped, or be placed by the umpire, or the stroke be taken again. 20. If a ball lies within a mallet's length of the boundary, and is not the playing ball, it must at once be put out 3 feet at right angles from the boundary. But if it is the playing ball, it may, at the discretion of the player, either be put out or played from where it lies. 21. If it is found that the height of the boundary interferes with the stroke, the player may, at the umpire's discretion, bring out the ball so far as to allow of the free swing of the mallet, and in taking a croquet both the balls. 22. Should a player, in trying to make his hoop, knock a wire out of the ground with his ball or mallet, the stroke shall be taken again. 23. Any player may set upright a peg or hoop, except the one next in order, and that, however loose, awry, or slanting it may be, must not be altered except by the umpire. 24. No ball may be moved because of its lying in a hole or on bad ground, except by the umpire or with his permission. 25. Where there is no umpire present, permission to move a ball, or to set up a hoop or peg or other indulgence for which an umpire would have been appealed to, must be asked of the other side. 26. The decision of the umpire shall in all cases be final. His duties are: A. To move the clips, or see that they are properly moved. B. To decide on the application of the laws. C. To satisfy any player as to the point that is next to be made, or the right ball to play. D. To keep the score. But he shall not give his opinion, or notice any error that may be made, unless appealed to by one of the players. 27. It was also decided that the mallet should be held within 12 inches of its head. 2574. Supplementary Laws. The following were added from the Draft Club Laws of Croquet. 1. If a ball be driven partly through its hoop from the non-playing side, and remain so that a straight edge placed in contact with the hoop on the non-playing side touches the ball cannot run its hoop at its next stroke. 2. If in taking croquet the striker's ball go off the ground, the striker loses the remainder of his turn. But if by the same stroke the striker make a point or a croquet, he continues his turn. 3. If, after a croquet, the striker's ball, while rolling, be touched by the striker or his partner, the stroke is foul. 2575. Difference between Old and New Laws. The chief difference, says Captain Crawley, between these and previous laws will be found in the method of taking the croquet. The new laws say that the foot must not be placed on the player's ball. The generally accepted practice was to take the croquet by putting your foot on your ball and striking it so as to send the other ball off to a distance, or if the other ball belonged to your partner, to merely tap it in the direction desired. The foot practice is still observed by many players, and some think with advantage. 2576. Technical terms used in croquet. 1. Roquet. To strike another ball with your own. 2. Croquet. When two balls are in contact, the player strikes the other away, either with or without putting the foot on your own ball, as may be previously arranged. 3. A loose croquet is made by striking your opponent's ball without putting your foot on your own ball. In taking 2 off, it is, however, necessary that the ball should be seen to move. 4. Wired. A ball is in contact with the hoop, so as to prevent it going through. 5. Bridge ball. one that has passed the first arch. 6. Dead ball, one in hand after having roqueted another. 7. To peg, to play for either of the pegs in regular order. 8. The tour, the run given to each player till he fails to strike through a hoop. 9. To dismiss a ball is to croquet it to a distance. 10. Rover. You become a rover when you have completed the hoops from point to point, and instead of hitting the starting peg and retiring, you prefer to strike your ball to any part of the ground, croqueting friends or foes. 11. The terms side stroke, straight stroke, following ball, overrunning a bridge, running a bridge, etc. explain themselves. 2577. Bagatelle. An indoor game played on an oblong board usually from 6 to 10 feet long by a foot and a half to 3 feet in width. The bed of the table is of slate covered with a fine green cloth, and at the upper end, which is rounded, there are 9 holes or cups numbered from 1 to 9. Thus, first row 5, second row 3, 2, third row 8, 9, 7, fourth row 4, 6, last row 1, forming a diamond shape. Into these holes ivory balls are driven by a leather pointed cue. The player stands at the lower end of the table, and his object is to hole the balls successively into the several cups. 9 balls are used, 8 white and 1 red, or 7 white with 2 colored balls. The red is placed on a spot just in front of the 1 hole, and the game is played according to the following. 2578. Rules. 1. Any number of persons may play, whether singly or on sides. 2. Each player strings for lead, and he whose ball falls into the highest hole begins. 3. The winner of the lead plays the 9 balls successively up the table from baulk, first striking at the red ball on the spot. 4. The red ball counts double when holed, and each white ball scores towards game a number corresponding to that marked in the hole. When 2 colored balls are used, each count double. 5. The red ball must be first struck, and the rest of the balls are played up to the holes, the sum total of all the holes filled being the striker's score. 6. Any number of rounds agreed on may be played, and the highest aggregate total by a player or by partners wins the game. 7. A ball rebounding beyond the baulk line, or forced off the table, is put aside, and not re-used in that round. 2579. The French game, or sans égal. The French game, or sans égal, is played as follows. The player who wins the lead takes 4 balls, leaving the other 4 for his opponent, and placing the black ball on the spot. He plays at it from baulk, and scores all he can. The other player then strikes up one of his balls, and so on alternately, the maker of the highest number of points winning. While the colored ball is on the table it must be struck, and when it is holed it counts double, in addition to any other score made by the same stroke. If either player hole his adversary's ball, he forfeits to him the number scored by the stroke. If he failed to strike the black ball he forfeits 5 points. The rules as to rebounding balls, foul strokes, etc. are the same as in the ordinary game. 2580. Old Cannon Game. Old Cannon Game, sometimes played on a table without holes or pockets, consists entirely of cannons. 2 balls struck in succession by the player's ball. The game, 50 or 100 up, each cannon counting 2 points, is played with 3 balls only, a white, spot white and black or red ball. When played on the ordinary bagatelle table, the holes filled after making a cannon score to the player. 1 point is forfeited for missing the white, 5 points for missing the red, and all points made without a cannon. The players go on alternately, the first who scores the stipulated number winning the game. End of section 76.
Section 77 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Centerville, Virginia, USA. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 77. 2581. Other Games. Mississippi, True Madame, Cockamaroo, and other toy games are sometimes played on the bagatelle table, but they need no description. To play well at any of the games, however, requires great care and nicety. Much depends on the manner of holding and using the cue, and the slight degree of force employed in making the stroke. Some experts are able to fill all the holes at one essay, placing the colored balls in the 8 and 7 at the first stroke, and then playing direct at the cups or at the cushion till all the balls are holed. At the French game, 100 or more cannons at a break is by no means unusual. 2582. Billiards. This well-known game of skill is played on a rectangular table with 3 ivory balls, white, spot white, and red, the object being to drive one or other of them into either of the 6 pockets, and to strike one ball against the 2 others. The first stroke is known as a hazard, and the second as a cannon. The instrument for striking at the ball is a long tapering stick called a cue, and the game is scored by hazards, cannons, misses, and forfeitures. The ball struck with the cue is known as the player's ball. The ball played as the object ball. The ball struck into a pocket is a winning hazard. The player's ball falling into a pocket after contact with the white or red is a losing hazard. 3 principal games are played on the billiard table: the English game or billiards, pyramids, and pool. 2583. English billiards. English billiards, the best of all the games, is usually played 50 or 100 up. The points are thus reckoned: 3 for each red hazard, 2 for each white hazard, and 2 for each cannon. A coup, that is running in a pocket or off the table without striking a ball, is a forfeiture of 3 points. 2583. English billiards. English billiards, the best of all the games, is usually played 50 or 100 up. The points are thus reckoned: 3 for each red hazard, 2 for each white hazard, and 2 for each cannon. A coup, that is running in a pocket or off the table without striking a ball, is a forfeiture of 3 points. A miss gives 1 point to the adversary. The game commences by stringing for lead and choice of balls. The red ball is placed on the spot at the top of the table, and the first player either strikes at it or gives a miss. Every time the red ball is pocketed, it is replaced on the spot. He who makes a hazard or cannon goes on playing till he fails to score. Then the other goes on, and so they play alternately till one or the other completes the required number of points and wins the game. 2584. Pyramids. Pyramids is a game played by 2 persons, or by 4 in sides, 2 against 2. 15 balls are placed close together in the form of a triangle or pyramid, with the apex towards the player. Thus, 5 balls in the first row, 4 balls in the second row, 3 balls in the third row, 2 balls in the fourth row, and 1 ball in the last row. The center of the apex ball covers the second or pyramid spot, and the first player strikes at the mass with a white ball from baulk. Pyramids is a game consisting entirely of winning hazards, and he who succeeds in pocketing the greatest number of balls wins. A single point is scored for each winning hazard, and a forfeiture of a point for each losing hazard. The game being usually played for a stake, so much, say 6 pence, a ball, and so much, say 1 shilling 6 pence for the game. 2585. Pool. A game played by 2 or more persons, consisting of winning hazard only. Each player subscribes a certain stake to form a pool or gross sum, and at starting has 3 chances or lives. He is then provided with a marked or colored ball, and the game proceeds thus. The white ball is placed on the spot, and the red is played to it from baulk. If the player pocket the white, he receives the price of a life from the owner of the ball. If he fail, the next player, yellow, plays on the red, and so on alternately, till all have played or till a ball is pocketed. When a ball is pocketed, the player strikes at the ball nearest his own, and goes on playing as long as he can score. The first player who loses his 3 lives can star. That is, he can purchase as many lives as are held by the lowest number remaining in the pool. The order of play is usually red upon white, yellow upon red, green upon yellow, brown upon green, blue upon brown, black upon blue, spot white upon black, white upon spot white, and this order is retained so long as all the original players remain in the game. When the number of players is reduced to 2, they can, if they possess an equality of lives, as 2 each or 1 each, divide the stake, or they may by agreement play out the game for the entire pool. 2586. Single Pool. Single Pool is a game for 2 players, the white winning game, originally played with 2 balls, for a money stake upon each life. 2587. Nearest Ball Pool. Nearest Ball Pool is the same as ordinary pool, except that the player, after taking a life, plays upon the ball nearest to the upper or outer side of the baulk. Or, if his ball be in hand, upon the ball nearest the baulk semicircle. 2588. Black Pool. Black Pool is ordinary pool, with the addition of a black ball, which is placed on the center spot. When, after pocketing the ball proper to be played on, the black is struck into a pocket, each player pays the price of a life to the striker. 2589. Skittle Pool. Skittle Pool is pool with 3 balls and 12 little skittles, placed in order round the table. A stake is determined on, and a price paid out of the pool for every skittle knocked over after striking a ball. An amusing game for a party of ladies and gentlemen. 2590. Penny Pot. Penny Pot is pool without restriction as to the number of lives, played by any number of players, who pay a penny each to the taker of every life or winning hazard. For the scientific principles of billiards, and the full rules of the several games played on the billiard table, the reader is referred to the excellent little shilling volume, Billiards Made Easy. Footnote 1. Billiards Made Easy, with the scientific principles of the spot stroke and the side stroke, familiarly explained, by winning hazard, illustrated by practical diagrams, with a chapter on bagatelle, Houlston and Sons. End of footnote 1. And the more elaborate treatise by Captain Crawley. 2591. Boss, or the 15 Puzzle. Apparently simple, this game is really difficult of solution. 15 cubes of wood, severally marked from 1 to 15, are placed indifferently in a box made to hold 16. Thus, the puzzle consists in sliding the cubes from square to square, without lifting them or removing them from the box, until they are placed in their natural order. It is easy enough to move the squares up to 12, but to get the last 3 into order is often a puzzle indeed. If the figures fall in either of the following positions, 13, 15, 14, 14, 13, 15, or 15, 14, 13, the problem is unsolvable. It follows, therefore, that the last row must be either 14, 15, 13, or 15, 13, 14. If you get the cubes into either of these positions, you can easily bring them all right, but if you cannot, the only way is to begin the game all over again. Several other ways are suggested. Cavendish, Mr. H. Jones, thinks he solves the puzzle by turning the box half round, but as this is only possible when the figures are on circular pieces of wood, his solution merely cuts the knot, instead of unraveling it. 2592. The 34 Puzzle. This is an adaptation of the old magic square, which amused the philosophers of old. A sketch of it appears in Albert Durer's painting of Melancholia. 16 discs or squares, numbered from 1 to 16, are placed indifferently on the table, or they may be in the 15 box, and the puzzle is to so arrange them as to make the sum of the figures add up to 34, whether counted up, down, across, or angularly. Here is the solution. This is the simplest, but a more elaborate plan is to so arrange the figures that any form of the blocks will form a square sum of 34. See the annex solution, which the ingenious in may still further complicate. 2593. Fox and Geese. This old-fashioned game is played on a solitaire board. 17 geese occupy the upper part of the board lines, with the fox in the middle, thus. The object of the game is to confine the fox in a corner so that he cannot move. The geese march forward in straight lines, not on the diagonals, and whenever a goose is on the spot next the fox, the latter can take him, as in draughts, by jumping over to the vacant spot behind. The fox can move backwards, forwards, or sideways on the straight lines, but the geese must go forward and are not allowed to retreat. Properly played, the geese must win. But when the number of geese is reduced to 6, it is impossible for them to confine the fox. There are several ways of playing the game: by placing the fox and geese in other positions, or by insisting on the fox catching all the geese. In the latter case, the fox chooses his own starting place. The game may also be played with 8 geese and a fox. Another way of playing this game is on an ordinary draft board, with 4 white men for the geese and a black king for the fox. The geese can only move forward, but the fox moves either way. The object of the geese is to pen up the fox so that he cannot move. The object of the fox is to break through the line of defense. If the game be properly played, the geese must win. Place them on the draft board thus. The secret is to keep the geese in a line. The fox tries to prevent this, and if he can succeed in doubling the geese, or getting one to stand before the other, he is nearly surely to pass through them. 2594. The Royal Game of Goose. In the old German game, the figure of a goose is printed on a large sheet of paper and divided into 63 squares or divisions. The object of the players, any number of whom may join in the game, is to make 63 points by successive throws of 2 dice. A pool is made by equal contributions by the players, the first of whom gaining the required number wins. The players throw alternately and add each individual throw to that already made. Each player's position is shown on the goose by a counter, a wafer, or any small article. Any number beyond 63 sends the thrower back as many points as he exceeds 63. Thus, if he were 58, and by a 6 and 5 he threw 11, he would go forward 5 squares to 63, and back 6 squares from 63. In addition to this, certain numbers on the goose are barred, and if the player make them, he is fined 2 counters, which are added to the pool. The numbered goose is sold at most toy shops, but a numbered draft board will serve as well. 2595. Troco, or lawn billiards. This is a game that may be played by any number of persons in a field or open space. The implements are wooden balls and long-handled cues at the ends of which are spoon-like ovals of iron. In the center of the troco ground is fixed a ring of iron, which moves freely on a pivot, the spike of the ring being driven into a piece of wood let into the ground. The wooden ball is lifted from the ground by means of the spoon-ended cue, and thrown towards the ring, the object of the player being to pass the ball through the ring, and he who succeeds in making any given number of points by fairly ringing his ball, or cannoning against the other balls, wins the game. Cannons are made by the player striking 2 balls successively with his own ball, fairly delivered from his spoon. Thus, says the most recent writer on the game, a clever player may make a large number of points, 5, 7, or more at a stroke, 2 the first cannon, 2 for a second cannon, and 3 for the ring. This, however, is very seldom accomplished. Considerable skill is required in throwing the ball, as the ring, turning freely on its pivot, twists round on being struck. To make the ring, it is necessary, therefore, that the ball be thrown fairly through its center. But in order to get nearer to it, a judicious player will endeavor to make 2 or 3 cannons, if the balls lie within a convenient distance, and at a proper angle to each other. If the ball be thrown with sufficient force, it will glance off from the ball struck in a line corresponding to its first or original line of projection. 2596. Rules. 1. Troco may be played by 2 or more persons, each of whom is provided with a ball and a cue. When more than 2 play, sides are chosen, and the side which first makes the requisite number of points wins the game. 2. The players stand in a circle, in the center of which is set up the pivot ring. 3. Each player starts from any portion of the circle distant not less than 4 yards from the ring. The first player lifts his ball with the spoon cue and throws it towards the ring, each of the others taking his turn alternately, the balls remaining on the ground where they stop rolling. 4. If the first player fail to make his ring, the next goes on, who may either throw at the ring or at the ball in the circle. 5. Partners may assist each other in getting near the ring, but no player at starting may step within 4 yards of the ring. 6. 2 points are counted for every cannon, and 3 for every fairly made ring, and successive points are reckoned for any number of rings or cannons. 7. Each player goes on till he fails to cannon or ring his ball, when the next plays, and so on, till the required number of points are made. 8. 1 point is taken off the player's score for every foul stroke. Foul strokes are made by touching a ball with hand or person while it is in play, by playing with a wrong ball, by playing out of turn, by overturning the ring, and by making 2 or more steps while throwing the ball. 9. Each player after the start must go on from the place at which his ball was left after the previous stroke. 10. All disputed points must be settled by the umpire, whose decision is final. 11. No ball in play must be removed from its position except by a stroke from another ball, and every ball is considered to be in play while it is within the circle, which may be of any dimensions chosen by the players previous to the commencement of the game. 12. Any player leaving a game before it is finished loses it. The game is played 15, 21, or any other determined number of points. The balls should be perfectly round and smooth. They are generally made of boxwood or lingam vitae, and weigh from about 3 to 5 pounds each. The balls, cues, etc., are sold by most dealers in croquet implements. End of section 77.
Section 78 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in September 2015. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 78. 2597. Habits of a Man of Business. A sacred regard to the principles of justice forms the basis of every transaction and regulates the conduct of the upright man of business. The following statements afford a bird's-eye view, as it were, of his habits, practice, and mode of procedure. 1. He is strict in keeping his engagements. 2. He does nothing carelessly or in a hurry. 3. He employs nobody to do what he can easily do himself. 4. He keeps everything in its proper place. 5. He leaves nothing undone that ought to be done and which circumstances permit him to do. 6. He keeps his designs and business from the view of others. 7. He is prompt and decisive with his customers and does not overtrade his capital. 8. He prefers short credits to long ones, and cash to credit at all times, either in buying or selling, and small profits in credit cases with little risk, to the chance of better gains with more hazard. 9. He is clear and explicit in all his bargains. 10. He leaves nothing of consequence to memory which he can and ought to commit to writing. 11. He keeps copies of all his important letters which he sends away, and has every letter, invoice, etc., belonging to his business, titled, classed, and put away. 12. He never suffers his desk to be confused by many papers lying upon it. 13. He is always at the head of his business, well knowing that if he leaves it, it will leave him. 14. He holds it as a maxim that he whose credit is suspected is not one to be trusted. 15. He is constantly examining his books and sees through all his affairs as far as care and attention will enable him. 16. He balances regularly at stated times, and then makes out and transmits all his accounts current to his customers, both at home and abroad. 17. He avoids as much as possible all sorts of accommodation in money matters, and lawsuits where there is the least hazard. 18. He is economical in his expenditure, always living within his income. 19. He keeps a memorandum book in his pocket, in which he notes every particular relative to appointments, addresses, and petty cash matters. 20. He is cautious how he becomes security for any person, and he is generous when urged by motives of humanity. Let a man act strictly to these habits, ever remembering that he hath no profits by his pains, whom Providence doth not prosper, and success will attend his efforts. 2598. Taking a shop or place of business. If you are about to take a place of business, you will do well to consider the following remarks. 2599. Small capitalists. Let us take the case of a person who has no intimate knowledge of any particular trade, but having a very small capital, is about to embark it in the exchange of commodities for cash, in order to obtain an honest livelihood thereby. It is clear that unless such a person starts with proper precaution and judgment, the capital will be expended without adequate results, rent and taxes will accumulate, the stock will lie dead or become deteriorated, and loss and ruin must follow. For the last absorption acting upon a small capital will soon dry up its source, and we need not picture the trouble that will arise when the mainspring of a tradesman's success abides by him no more. 2600. Larger capitalists. The case of the larger capitalist can scarcely be considered an exception to the same rule, for it is probable that the larger capitalist, upon commencing a business, would sink more of his funds in a larger stock, would incur liability to a heavier rent, and the attendant taxes, the wages of assistants and servants, would be greater, and, therefore, if the return came not speedily, similar consequences must sooner or later ensue. 2601. Localities. Large or small capitalists should, therefore, upon entering on a shopkeeping speculation, consider well the nature of the locality in which they propose to carry on trade, the number of the population, the habits and wants of the people, and the extent to which they are already supplied with the goods which the new adventurer proposes to offer them. 2602. New neighborhoods. There is a tendency among small capitalists to rush into new neighborhoods with the expectation of making an early connection. Low rents also serve as an attraction to these localities. General experience, however, tends to show that the early suburban shops seldom succeed. They are generally entered upon at the very earliest moment that the state of the locality will permit. Often before the house is finished, the shop is tenanted, and goods exposed for sale, even while the streets are unpaved and while the roads are as rough and uneven as country lanes. The consequence is, that as the few inhabitants of these localities have frequent communication with adjacent centres of business, they, as a matter of habit or of choice, supply their chief wants thereat, and the newly arrived shopkeeper has to depend principally for support upon the accidental forgetfulness of his neighbour, who omits to bring something from the cheaper and better market, or upon the changes of the weather, which may sometimes favour him by rendering a trip to town exceedingly undesirable. 2603. Failures. While the grass is growing, the horse is starving, and thus, while the new district is becoming peopled, the funds of the small shopkeeper are gradually eaten up, and he puts up his shutters just at the time when a more cautious speculator steps in to profit by the connection already formed, and to take advantage of the new improved condition of the locality. It seems, therefore, desirable for the small capitalists rather to run the risk of a more expensive rent in a well-peopled district than to resort to places of slow and uncertain demand, for the welfare of the small shopkeeper depends entirely upon the frequency with which his limited stock is cleared out and replaced by fresh supplies. 2604. Precautions. But should the small capitalist still prefer opening in a suburban district, where competition is less severe, and rents and rates less burdensome, there are certain precautions which he will do well to observe. He should particularly guard against opening a shop to supply what may be termed the superfluities of life, for the inhabitants of new suburban districts are those who, like himself, have resorted to a cheap residence for the sake of economy. Or, if this be not the case, if they are people of independent means, who prefer the detached villa to the town house, squeezed up on both sides, they have the means of riding and driving to town, and will prefer choosing articles of taste and luxury from the best marts, enriched by the finest display. 2605. Necessaries or luxuries. The suburban shopkeeper should, therefore, confine himself to supplying the necessaries of life. Hungry people dislike to fetch their bread from 5 miles off, and to bring vegetables from a long distance would evidently be a matter of considerable inconvenience. The baker, the butcher, the greengrocer, the beer retailer, etc., are those who find their trade first established in suburban localities. And not until these are doing well should the tailor, the shoemaker, the hatter, the draper, the hosier, and others expect to find a return for their capital in reward for their labour. 2606. Civility. In larger localities, where competition abounds, the small shopkeeper frequently outstrips his more powerful rival by one element of success, which may be added to any stock without cost, but cannot be withheld without loss. That element is civility. It has already been spoken of elsewhere, but must be enforced here, as aiding the little means of the small shopkeeper to a wonderful degree. A kind and obliging manner carries with it an indescribable charm. It must not be a manner which indicates a mean, grovelling, time-serving spirit, but a plain, open, and agreeable demeanour, which seems to desire to oblige for the pleasure of doing so, and not for the sake of squeezing an extra penny out of a customer's pocket. 2607. Integrity. The sole reliance of the shopkeeper should be in the integrity of his transactions and in the civility of his demeanour. He should make it the interest and the pleasure of the customer to come to his shop. If he does this, he will form the very best connections, and so long as he continues this system of business, they will never desert him. 2608. Duties of a shopkeeper. He should cheerfully render his best labour and knowledge to serve those who approach his counter, and place confidence in his transactions. Make himself alike to rich and poor, but never resort to mean subterfuge and deception to gain approbation and support. He should be frugal in his expenditure, that in deriving profits from trade he may not trespass unduly upon the interests of others. He should so hold the balance between man and man, that he should feel nothing to reprove his conscience when the day comes for him to repose from his labours and live upon the fruits of his industry. Let the public discover such a man, and they will flock around him for their own sakes. 2609. A very useful book. A very useful book, The Handybook of Shopkeeping, Shopkeeper's Guide, Houlston and Sons, London, published at 1 shilling, enlarges upon these subjects in a very able manner, and gives most useful hints to people in every department of trade. 2610. Early rising. The difference between rising every morning at 6 and 8 in the course of 40 years amounts to 29,200 hours, or 3 years, 121 days, and 16 hours, which are equal to 8 hours a day for exactly 10 years. So that rising at 6 will be the same as if 10 years of life, a weighty consideration, were added, wherein we may command 8 hours every day for the cultivation of our minds and the dispatch of business. 2611. Frugality. 1. The great philosopher, Dr. Franklin, inspired the mouthpiece of his own eloquence, Poor Richard, with many a gem of purest ray serene, encased in the homely garb of proverbial truisms. On the subject of frugality we cannot do better than take the worthy mentor for our text, and from it address our remarks. A man may, if he knows not how to save as he gets, keep his nose all his life to the grindstone, and die not worth a groat at last. A fat kitchen makes a lean will. Many estates are spent in getting, since women for tea forsook spinning and knitting, and men for punch forsook hewing and splitting. 2. If you would be wealthy, think of saving as well as of getting. The Indies have not made Spain rich, because her outgoes are greater than her incomes. 3. Away with your expensive follies, and you will not have so much cause to complain of hard times, heavy taxes, and chargeable families. 4. What maintains one vice would bring up 2 children. 5. You may think, perhaps, that a little tea, or superfluities now and then, diet a little more costly, clothes a little finer, and a little entertainment now and then, can be no great matter, but remember, many a little makes a mickle. 6. Beware of little expenses. A small leak will sink a great ship, as Poor Richard says, and again, who dainties love shall beggars prove. And moreover, fools make feasts, and white men eat them. 7. Here you are all got together to this sale of fineries and knick-knacks. You call them goods, but if you do not take care they will prove evils to some of you. You expect they will be sold cheap, and perhaps they may, for less than they cost, but if you have no occasion for them they must be dear to you. 8. Remember what Poor Richard says, buy what thou hast no need of, and ere long thou shalt sell thy necessaries. 9. At a great pennyworth, pause a while. He means perhaps that the cheapness is apparent only, and not real, or the bargain, by straightening thee in thy business, may do thee more harm than good, for in another place he says, many have been ruined by buying good pennyworths. 10. It is foolish to lay out money in the purchase of repentance, and yet this folly is practised every day at auctions for want of minding the almanac. 2612. Cash and Credit. If you would get rich, don't deal in bill books. Credit is the tempter in a new shape. Buy goods on trust, and you will purchase 1,000 articles that cash would never have dreamed of. A shilling in the hand looks larger than 10 shillings seen through the perspective of a 3 months' bill. Cash is practical, while credit takes horribly to taste and romance. Let cash buy a dinner, and you will have a beefsteak flanked with onions. Send credit to market, and he will return with 8 pairs of woodcocks and a peck of mushrooms. Credit believes in diamond pins and champagne suppers. Cash is more easily satisfied. Give him 3 meals a day, and he doesn't care much if 2 of them are made up of roasted potatoes and a little salt. Cash is a good adviser, while credit is a good fellow to be on visiting terms with. If you want double chins and contentment, do business with cash. 2613. Hints upon money matters. Have a supply of change in hand, shillings, sixpences, halfpence. This will obviate the various inconveniences of keeping people at the door, sending out at unreasonable times, and running or calling after any inmate in the house supposed to be better provided with the needful. The tradespeople with whom you regularly deal will always give you extra change, when you are making purchases or paying bills, while those to whom you apply for it on a sudden emergency may neither be willing nor able to do so. Some housekeepers object to this arrangement, that, as soon as £5 notes or sovereigns are changed, they always seem to go, without their understanding how, but to such persons I would humbly intimate that this is rather the fault of their not getting understanding than any inevitable consequence of getting change. The fact is that it is the necessity of parting with your money which obliges you to get the larger pieces changed, and not the circumstance of having smaller coin that necessitates your parting with your money, though it certainly facilitates your doing so when the necessity arrives. However, as it is easier to count a few sovereigns than many shillings, and loose money is most objectionable, it is well to put up reserve change in small collective packets, and to replenish the housekeeping purse from these, daily or weekly, as may be most convenient. Death does not blow a trumpet. 2614. Save time and trouble. If money for daily expenses has to pass through the hands of a servant, it is a time and trouble-saving plan to settle with her every night, and to make up her cash in hand to a certain similar sum. This will prevent such puzzling calculations as the following. Let me see. I gave you 10 shillings on Saturday, and 9 pence the day before. Was it 9 pence? No, it must have been 11 pence, for I gave you 1 shilling, and you gave me 1 penny out for the beggar. Then there was 6 shillings 6 pence on Monday, and 8 pence you owed me from last money, and then the 1 shilling 6 pence your master gave you for a parcel. You brought him 2 pennies back, and 3 pence half out of the butcher's bill. No, you had to give 3 halfpence to the butcher, but you came to me for the halfpence, and I had no coppers, so we still owe him the halfpence. By the way, don't forget to pay him the next time you go. Then there's the baker. No, I paid the baker myself, and I think the housemaid paid the butterman. But you got in the cheese the day before, and I have a sort of recollection that I may possibly owe you for that, all but a few pence you must have had left of mine, that I told you to take off from the chimney-piece. Well, cook, I think that's nearly all. Now, how do your accounts stand? This the poor cook, who is a cook and not a conjurer, finds it no easy matter to discover. All that she is quite certain of is, that her disbursements have somewhat exceeded her receipts, and being an honest woman, though a poor one, she wishes to cheat neither her mistress nor herself, but what with her memory, and her want of it, her involved payments and different receipts, what she owed her mistress and what her mistress owes her, what she got from her master and what was partly settled by the housemaid, the balance from the butcher's bill and the intricacies of the cheese account, the poor woman is perfectly bewildered. She counts again and again, recapitulates her mistress's data and her own, sums upwards, backwards, and forwards, and endeavours to explain the differences between them. Then, if she can read and write, she brings her slate to explain the explanation, and the united calculations of maid and mistress, which are after all entirely unavailing to produce a more correct account, probably consume more time and are expressed in more words than would suffice to fill another volume like the present. 2 minutes daily reckoning from a regular sum in hand would do the business effectually, and prevent either party from being out of pocket or out of temper. Thus, for instance, the maid has her usual sum of 5 shillings to account for. She pays during the day for bread, 1 shilling 9 pence, beer, 6 pence, vegetable and fruit, 10 pence, milk, 4 pence, matches, 1 penny, parcel, 1 shilling, total 4 shillings 6 pence. This is easily reckoned even by the unlearned. The mistress enters the items in her day-book, takes the remaining 6 pence, and again gives her servant 5 shillings in convenient change, to be as readily accounted for on the succeeding day. Home truths for home peace, or muddle defeated. Time brings everything to those who can wait. 2615. Don't run in debt. Don't run in debt. Never mind, if your clothes are faded and torn. Mend them up, make them do, it is better by far than to have the heart weary and worn. Who'll love you the more for the shape of your hat, or your ruff, or the tie of your shoe, the cut of your vest or your boots or cravat, if they know you're in debt for the new? There's no comfort, I tell you, in walking the street in fine clothes if you know you're in debt, and feel that, perchance, you some tradesman may meet, who will sneer, they're not paid for yet. Good friends, let me beg of you, don't run in debt. If the chairs and the sofas are old, they will fit your back better than any new set, unless they are paid for with gold. If the house is too small, draw the closer together, keep it warm with a hearty goodwill. A big one unpaid for in all kinds of weather will send to your warm-hearted chill. Don't run in debt. Now, dear girls, take a hint, if the fashions have changed since last season. Old Nature is out in the very same tint, and Old Nature, we think, has some reason. But just say to your friend that you cannot afford to spend time to keep up with the fashion, that your purse is too light and your honour too bright to be tarnished with such silly passion. Men, don't run in debt. Let your friends, if they can, have fine houses and feathers and flowers. But unless they are paid for, be more of a man than to envy their sunshiny hours. If you've money to spare, I have nothing to say, spend your silver and gold as you please. But mind you, the man who his bill has to pay is the man who is never at ease. Kind husbands, don't run into debt any more. 'Twill fill your wife's cup full of sorrow, to know that a neighbour may call at your door with a claim you must settle to-morrow. Oh, take my advice, it is good, it is true, but, lest you may some of you doubt it, I'll whisper a secret now, seeing 'tis you. I have tried it, and know all about it. The chain of a debtor is heavy and cold, its links all corrosion and rust. Gild it o'er as you will, it is never of gold, then spurn it aside with disgust. End of section 78.
Section 79 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 79. 2616. Carving, Ceremonies of the Table, etc. A dinner table should be well laid, well lighted, and always afford a little spare room. It is better to invite one friend less in number than to destroy the comfort of the whole party. 2617. The laying out of a table. The laying out of a table must greatly depend upon the nature of the dinner or supper, the taste of the host, the description of the company, and the appliances possessed. It would be useless, therefore, to lay down specific rules. The whiteness of the tablecloth, the clearness of glass, the polish of plate, and the judicious distribution of ornamental groups of fruits and flowers are matters deserving the utmost attention. 2618. A sideboard. A sideboard will greatly relieve a crowded table, upon which may be placed many things incidental to the successive courses until they are required. 2619. Menu. A bill of fare or menu at large dinner parties where there are several courses should be provided neatly inscribed upon small tablets and distributed about the table that the diners may know what there is to come. 2620. Napkins. Napkins should be folded neatly. The French method, which is very easy, of folding the napkin like a fan, placing it in a glass, and spreading out the upper part is very pleasing. But the English method of folding is like a slipper, and placing the bread inside its folds is convenient as well as neat. As the virtue is in the tree, such is the fruit. 2621. Bread. Bread should be cut into thick squares, the last thing after the table is laid. If cut too early, it becomes dry. A tray should be provided in which there should be a further supply of bread, new, stale, and brown. For cheese, pulled bread should be provided. 2622. Carving knives. Carving knives should be put in edge before the dinner commences, for nothing irritates a good carver or perplexes a bad one
more than a knife which refuses to perform its office, and there is nothing more annoying to the company than to see the carving knife gliding to and fro over the steel while the dinner is getting cold, and their appetites are being exhausted by delay. 2623. Joints. Joints that require carving should be set upon dishes sufficiently large. The space of the table may be economized by setting upon small dishes those things that do not require carving. 2624. The carver. The carver should have plenty of room, however closely the diners are compelled to sit together. 2625. The vegetables. The vegetables, if the table is very crowded, may be placed upon the sideboard and handed round by those who wait upon the guests. 2626. Smaller joints. Geese, turkeys, poultry, sucking pigs, etc., should be carved before being set on table, especially in those cases where the whole or the principal part of such dishes is likely to be consumed. 2627. Handing round. The carver should supply the plates and the waiter hand them round, instead of putting the question to each guest as to which part he prefers, and then striving to serve him with it, to the prejudice of others present. 2628. Ladies. Ladies should be helped before gentlemen. 2629. Waiters. Waiters should present dishes on the left hand so that the diner may help himself with his right. 2630. Wine. Wine should be taken after the first course, and it will be found more convenient to let the waiter serve it than to hand the decanters round or to allow the guests to fill for themselves. 2631. Removal. Waiters should be instructed to remove whatever articles upon the table are thrown into disuse by the progress of the dinner, as soon as they are at liberty. 2632. Finger bowls. Finger glasses or glass bowls filled with water, slightly scented or not, as may be preferred, and slightly warm in winter and iced in summer, should be handed round. 2633. Dessert. When the dessert is served, the wine should be set upon the table and the decanters passed round by the company. 2634. Fried fish. Fried fish should be divided into suitable slices before the fire as soon as it leaves the frying pan. 2635. Cod's head and shoulders. The thick part of the back is best. It should be carved in unbroken slices, and each solid slice should be accompanied by a bit of the sound from under the backbone or from the cheek, jaws, tongue, etc. of the head. 2636. Hake. Hake, if sent to table simply boiled, is served as cod. The better way of dressing hake is to cut it transversely to the length into slices about 1 inch in thickness. These should be fried and sent to table garnished with parsley. 2637. Turbot. Strike the fish slice along the backbone, which runs from head to tail, and then serve square slices from the thick part, accompanying each slice with some of the gelatinous skin of the fins and thin part, which may be raised by laying the fish slice flat. 2638. Brill. Brill is served in the same manner. 2639. John Dory. John Dory is also served in the same way. This fish has a favorite piece on the cheek. 2640. Plaice and flatfish. Plaice and flatfish generally are served in the same manner. 2641. Soles. Soles, when large, may be served as turbot, but when small, they should be sliced across. 2642. Salmon. Serve a slice of the thick with a smaller slice of the thin part. Keep the flakes of the thick part as unbroken as possible. 2643. Mackerel. Mackerel should be served in pieces cut through the side when they are large. If small, they may be divided through the backbone and served in halves. The shoulder part is considered the best. 2644. haddock, and gurnet. Haddock and gurnet are served as directed for mackerel. 2645. Whiting. Whiting are usually fried and curled. They should be cut in halves down the back and served. The shoulder part is best. 2646. Eels. Eels are usually cut into several pieces, either for stewing or frying. The thick parts are considered best. 2647. Trout. Trout, if small, are served whole. If large, they may be divided through the backbone and served in halves. The same applies to perch and other smaller freshwater fish. 2648. Pike and jack. Pike and jack should be served in thick, unbroken pieces taken from the side or shoulder of the fish, accompanied by a piece of the stuffing with which these fish are usually filled. 2649. Remarks. The roes of mackerel, the sound of cod, the head of carp, the cheek of John Dory, the liver of cod, etc., are severally considered delicacies, though not by all persons. 2650. Saddle of mutton. Cut thin slices parallel with the backbone, or slice it obliquely from the bone to the edge. 2651. Haunch of mutton or venison. Make an incision across the knuckle end right into the bone and set free the gravy. Then cut thin slices the whole length of the haunch. Serve pieces of fat with slices of lean. 2652. Rump or sirloin of beef. The undercut, called the fillet, is exceedingly tender, and some carvers will turn the joint and serve the fillet first, reserving the meat on the upper part to be eaten cold. From the upper part, whether hot or cold, the slices should be cut lengthways from top to bottom, so that the fat and lean may be distributed in fair proportions. 2653. Ribs of beef. Ribs of beef are carved in the same way as the sirloin, but there is no fillet. 2654. Round of beef. First cut away the irregular outside pieces to obtain a good surface, and then serve thin and broad slices. Serve bits of the udder fat with the lean. 2655. Brisket of beef. Cut off the outside, and then serve long slices, cut the whole length of the bones. 2656. Shoulder of mutton. Make a cross incision on the forepart of the shoulder, and serve slices from both sides of the incision. Then cut slices lengthways along the shoulder blade. Cut fat slices from the round corner. Another and more economical way is to cut slices from the under part when first brought to table. The joint then presents a better appearance when cold. 2657. Leg of mutton. Make an incision across the center and serve from the knuckle side, or the opposite according to choice. The knuckle side will be generally found well done, and the opposite side underdone for those who prefer it. 2658. Loin of mutton. Cut down between the bones into chops. 2659. Quarter of lamb. Lay the knife flat and cut off the shoulder. The proper point for incision will be indicated by the position of the shoulder. A little lemon juice may be squeezed over the divided part, and a little cayenne pepper, and the shoulder transferred to another dish, for the opposite end of the table. Next, separate the brisket, or short bones, by cutting lengthways along the breast. Then serve from either part as desired. Travel north or south, or east or west. 2660. Loin of veal. Loin of veal may be cut across through the thick part, or slices may be taken in the direction of the bones. Serve pieces of kidney and fat with each plate. 2661. Fillet of veal. Fillet of veal is carved as a round of beef. The browned bits of the outside are esteemed, and should be shared among the company, with bits of fat and of forcemeat from the center. 2662. Breast of veal. Breast of veal should be divided by cutting the brisket, or soft bones, the same as the basket of lamb. When the sweetbread comes to table with the breast, a small piece should be served on each plate. 2663. Sucking pig. Sucking pig should be sent to table in 2 halves, the head divided and 1 half laid at each end of the dish. The soldiers and legs should be taken off by the obvious method of laying the knife under them and lifting the joint out. They may be served whole or divided. The ribs are easily divided and are considered choice. 2664. Tongues. Tongues are cut across in tolerably thick slices. 2665. Calves' heads. Calves' heads are carved across the cheek and pieces taken from any part that is come at table. The tongue and brain sauce are served separate. 2666. Knuckle of veal. Knuckle of veal is carved by cutting off the outside pieces and then obtaining good slices and apportioning the fat to the lean, adding bits of the sinew that lie around the joint. 2667. Leg of pork. Leg of pork is carved as a ham, but in thicker slices. When stuffed, the stuffing must be sought for under the skin at the large end. 2668. Loin of pork. Loin of pork is carved the same as a loin of mutton. 2669. Spare rib of pork. Spare rib of pork is carved by separating the chops, which should previously have been jointed. Cut as far as the joint, then return the knife to the point of the bones and press over to disclose the joint, which may then be relieved with the point of the knife. 2670. Hams. Hams are cut in very thin slices from the knuckle to the blade. 2671. Pheasants. Carve the breast in slices, then take off the legs and wings. 2672. Fowls. Fix the fork firmly into the breast, then slip the knife under the legs and lay it over and disjoint. Detach the wings in the same manner. Do the same on both sides. The smaller bones require a little practice, and it would be well to watch the operations of a good carver. When the merry thought has been removed, which it may be by slipping the knife through at the point of the breast, and the neck bones drawn out, the trunk may be turned over and the knife thrust through the backbone. 2673. Partridges. Partridges are best carved by cutting off the breast and then dividing it, but for more economical carving, the wings may be cut with a small breast slice attached. 2674. Woodcocks. Woodcocks may be cut right through the center from head to tail. Serve with each portion a piece of the toast upon which they come to table. 2675. Pigeons. Pigeons may be carved as woodcocks or as partridges. 2676. Snipes. Snipes may be carved the same as woodcocks. 2677. Turkey. Cut slices from each side of the breast down to the ribs. The legs may then be removed and the thighs divided from the drumsticks, which are generally tough, but the pinions of the wing are very good, and the white part of the wing is preferred by many to the breast. The stuffing is usually put in the breast, but when truffles, mushrooms, or oysters are put into the body, an opening must be made into it by cutting through the apron. 2678. Goose. The apron must be cut off in a circular direction. When a glass of port wine mixed with a teaspoonful of mustard may be poured into the body or not. Some of the stuffing should then be drawn out, and the neck of the goose being turned a little towards the carver. The flesh of the breast should be sliced on each side of the bone. The wings may then be taken off, then the legs. The other parts are carved the same as a fowl. A man's own hose is still the best. 2679. Ducks. Ducks may be carved when large, the same as geese, but when young, like chickens. The thigh joints, however, lie much closer into the trunk than those of fowls. 2680. Hares. Hares should be placed with their heads to the left of the carver. Slices may be taken down the whole length of the back. The legs, which next to the back are considered the best eating, may then be taken off, and the flesh divided from or served upon them, after the small bones have been parted from the thighs. The shoulders, which are not much esteemed, though sometimes liked by sportsmen, may be taken off by passing the knife between the joint and the trunk. When a hare is young, the back is sometimes divided at the joints into 3 or 4 parts, after being freed from the ribs and underskin. 2681. Remarks. Sufficient general instructions are here given to enable the carver, by observation and practice, to acquit himself well. The art of carving does not consist merely in dissecting the joints sent to table, but in the judicious and economical distribution of them, and the grace and neatness with which this distribution is effected. Every dish should be sent to table properly garnished, where needed, and the carver should preserve the neatness of the arrangement as much as possible. End of section 79.
Section 80 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MorganScorpion. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 80. 2682. Dyeing. The filaments from which stuffs of all kind are fabricated are derived either from the animal or vegetable kingdom. We recognize the former by the property they possess of liberating ammonia on being treated with potash, while the latter afford a liquor having an acid reaction under the same treatment. The animal kingdom furnishes 3 varieties, silk, wool, and the furs, etc., of various animals. The vegetable kingdom also 3, flax, hemp, and cotton, all of which require certain preliminary preparations to render them fit for the dyer, which do not come within our province, our space only admitting of a rapid glance at the production of the various colours. 2683. General observations. The various shades produced by colouring matters may be classified in one or other of the following groups. Simple. 1. Blue. 2. Red. 3. Yellow. Binary. 4. Violets. 5. Orange colours. 6. Green. Ternary. 7. Compound colours. 8. Black. Some colours adhere at once to the stuff, and are called substantial colours, while others require that the material to be dyed should undergo some previous preparation in order to render it permanent. The substances used to fix the colouring matters are called mordants, which should possess 4 qualifications. 1. They should possess an equal affinity for the fibre of the material and the colouring matter. 2. They should be incapable of injuring or destroying either by prolonged action. 3. They should form, with the colour, a compound capable of resisting the action of air and water. 4. They should be capable of readily conforming to the various operations of the dyer. 2684. For the reason just given, the acetate or tartrate of iron is preferable to the sulphate, and the acetate or tartrate of alumina to alum. For reds, yellows, green, and pinks, aluminous mordants are to be used. For blacks, browns, puces, and violets, the acetate or tartrate of iron must be employed. For scarlets, use a tin mordant, made by dissolving in strong nitric acid 1/8 of its weight of sal ammoniac, then adding by degrees 1/8 of its weight of tin, and diluting the solution with 1/4 of its weight of water. Cunning men's cloaks sometimes fall. 2685. Calico, linen, and muslin, blue. Blue. Wash well to remove dressing and dry, then dip in a strong solution of sulphate of indigo, partly saturated with potash, and hang up. Dry a piece to see if the colour is deep enough. If not, dip again. Saxon blue. Boil the article in alum, and then dip in a strong solution of chemical blue. 2686. Calico, linen, and muslin. Buff. Buff. Boil an ounce of annatto in 3 quarts of water. Add 2 ounces of potash, stir well and put in the calico while boiling, and stir well for 5 minutes. Remove and plunge into cold pump water. Hang up the articles without wringing, and when almost dry, fold. 2687. Calico, linen, and muslin. Pink. Pink. Immerse in the acetate of alumina mordant, and then in the colouring of a pink saucer. 2688. Calico, linen, and muslin. Green. Green. Boil the article in an alum mordant, and then in a solution of indigo mixed with any of the yellow dyes until the proper colour is obtained. 2689. Calico, linen, and muslin. Yellow. Yellow. 1. Cut potato tops when in flour and express the juice. Steep articles in this for 48 hours. 2. Dip in a strong solution of weld after boiling in an aluminous mordant. Turmeric, fustic, annatto, etc. will answer the same as weld. 2690. Cloth. Black. Impregnate the material with the acetate of iron mordant, and then boil in a decoction of madder and logwood. 2691. Cloth. Madder red. Boil the cloth in a weak solution of pearl ash, an ounce to a gallon of water. Wash, dry, and then steep in a decoction of bruised nut galls. After drying, it is to be steeped twice in dry alum water, then dried, and boiled in a decoction made of 3/4 pound of madder to every pound of the article. It should then be taken out and dried, and steeped in a second bath in the same manner. When dyed, the articles should be washed in warm soap and water, to remove a dun-coloured matter given out by the madder. 2692. Cloth. Scarlet. 3/4 pint of a tin mordant, made by dissolving 3 pounds of tin in 60 pounds of hydrochloric acid, is added to every pound of lac dye, and digested for 6 hours. To dye 25 pounds of cloth, a tin boiler of 75 gallons capacity should be filled nearly full with water, and a fire kindled under it. When the heat is 150 degrees Fahrenheit, half a handful of bran and 2 ounces of tin mordant are to be thrown into it. The froth which arises is skimmed off, the liquor is made to boil, and 2 pounds and 3/4 of lac dye, previously mixed with 1 pound and 3/4 of the solvent, and 14 ounces of the tin solvent, are added. Immediately afterwards, 2 pounds and 3/4 of tartar, and 1 pound of ground sumac, both tied up in a linen bag, are to be added, and suspended in the bath for 5 minutes. The fire being withdrawn, 5 gallons of cold water, and 2 pints and 3/4 of tin mordant being poured into the bath, the cloth is immersed in it. The fire is then replaced, and the liquid made to boil rapidly for an hour, when the cloth is removed and washed in pure water. 2693. Cloth. Yellow. Use No. 2 for calico. Quercitron and weld produce a solid yellow, fustic a very brilliant tint, while turmeric yields a less solid yellow. 2694. Feathers. Black. Use the same as for cloth. 2695. Feathers. Blue. Every shade may be given by indigo, or dip in silk dye. 2696. Feathers. Crimson. Dip in acetate of alumina mordant, then in a boiling hot decoction of Brazil wood, and last of all pass through a bath of cudbear. 2697. Feathers. Pink or rose colour. Pink or rose colour is given by safflower and lemon juice. 2698. Feathers. Deep red. Proceed as for crimson, omitting the cudbear bath. The fat man knoweth not what the lean think. 2699. Feathers, yellow. Mordant with acetate of alumina, and dip in a bath of turmeric or weld. 2700. Hair, black. As the object in view is simply to dye the hair without tinging the skin, the following will be found the best. Take equal parts of litharge and lime, mix well and form into a paste with water, if a black is desired, with milk if brown. Clean the head with a small tooth comb, and then well wash the hair with soda and water to free it from grease. Then lay on the paste pretty thick, and cover the head with oilskin or a cabbage leaf, after which go to bed. Next morning the powder should be carefully brushed away, and the hair oiled. 2701. Leather, black. Use No. 4 black stain, see paragraph 1430, and polish with oil. 2702. Gloves, nankeen. Steep saffron in boiling hot soft water for about 12 hours. Sew up the tops of the gloves to prevent the dye staining the insides. Wet them over with a sponge dipped in the liquid. A teacupful of dye will do a pair of gloves. 2703. Gloves, purple. Boil 4 ounces of logwood and 2 ounces of roche alum in 3 pints of soft water till half wasted. Strain and let it cool. Sew up the tops, go over the outsides with a brush or sponge twice, then rub off the loose dye with a coarse cloth. Beat up the white of an egg and rub it over the leather with a sponge. Vinegar will remove the stain from the hands. 2704. Silk, black. The same as for cloth, but black dyeing is difficult. 2705. Silk, blue. 1. Wash quite clean, rinse well, and then dip in a hot solution of sulphate of iron. After a short time take it out and rinse again. Have ready in another vessel a hot solution of prussiate of potash, to which a small quantity of sulphuric acid has been added. Dip the silk in this liquid. On removal, rinse in clean water and expose to the air to dry. 2. Wash well, rinse, wring out, and then dip in the following. Boil a pound of indigo, 2 pounds of woad, and 3 ounces of alum in a gallon of water. When the silk is of a proper colour, remove, rinse, and dry. 2706. Silk, carnation. Boil 2 gallons of wheat and an ounce of alum in 4 gallons of water. Strain through a fine sieve. Dissolve half a pound more of alum and white tartar, add 3 pounds of madder, then put in the silk at a moderate heat. 2707. Silk, crimson. Take about a spoonful of cudbear, put it into a small pan, pour boiling water upon it, stir and let it stand a few minutes. Then put in the silk, and turn it over in a short time, and when the colour is full enough, take it out. But if it should require more violet or crimson, add a spoonful or 2 of purple archil to some warm water, steep and dry it within doors. It must be mangled, and ought to be pressed. 2708. Silk, lilac. For every pound of silk, take 1½ pounds of archil, mix it well with the liquor, make it boil for a quarter of an hour, dip the silk quickly, then let it cool and wash it in river water. And a fine half violet, or lilac, more or less full, will be obtained. 2709. Silk, madder red. Use the dye for cloth. 2710. Silk, yellow. Take clear wheat bran liquor 15 pounds, in which dissolve 3/4 pound of alum. Boil the silk in this for 2 hours, and afterwards take half a pound of weld and boil it till the colour is good. Nitre used with alum and water in the first boiling fixes the colour. 2711. Wool, blue. Boil in a decoction of logwood and sulphate or acetate of copper. 2712. Wool, brown. Steep in an infusion of green walnut peels. 2713. Wool, drab. Impregnate with brown oxide of iron, and then dip in a bath of quercitron bark. If sumac is added, it will make the colour a dark brown. No lock will hold against keys of gold. 2714. Wool, green. First imbue with the blue, then with the yellow dye. 2715. Wool, orange. Dye first with the red dye for cloth, and then with a yellow. 2716. Wool, red. Take 4½ pounds of cream of tartar, 4¼ pounds of alum. Boil the wool gently for 2 hours. Let it cool, and wash it on the following day in pure water. Infuse 12 pounds of madder for half an hour with a pound of chloride of tin in lukewarm water. Filter through canvas. Remove the dye from the canvas and put it in the bath, which is to be heated to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Add 2 ounces of aluminous mordant. Put the wool in and raise to boiling heat. Remove the wool, wash and soak for 1/4 hour in a solution of white soap in water. 2717. Wool, yellow. Dye with that used for calico, etc. 2718. Dyeing bonnets. Chip and straw bonnets or hats may be dyed black by boiling them 3 or 4 hours in a strong liquor of logwood, adding a little green copperas occasionally. Let the bonnets remain in the liquor all night, then take out to dry in the air. If the black is not satisfactory, dye again after drying. Rub inside and out with a sponge moistened in fine oil. Then block. 2719. To dye hair and feathers green. Take of either verdigris or verditer 1 ounce, gum water 1 pint. Mix them well, and dip the hair or feathers into the mixture, shaking them well about. End of section 80.
Section 81 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 81. 2720. To clean white satin and flowered silks. Roman numeral 1. Mix sifted stale breadcrumbs with powder blue and rub it thoroughly all over the article. Then shake it well and dust it with clean soft cloths. Afterwards, when there are any gold or silver flowers, take a piece of crimson ingrain velvet, rub the flowers with it, which will restore them to their original luster. Roman numeral 2. Pass them through a solution of fine hard soap of a moderate heat, drawing them through the hand, rinse in lukewarm water, dry, and finish by pinning out. Brush the flossy or bright side with a clean clothes brush the way of the nap. Finish them by dipping a sponge into a size made by boiling isinglass in water and rub the wrong side. Rinse out a second time and brush, and dry near a fire in a warm room. Silk may be treated in the same way, but not brushed. 2721. Cleaning silk, satins, colored woolen dresses, etc. 4 ounces of soft soap, 4 ounces of honey, the white of an egg, and a wineglassful of gin. Mix well together, and scour the article with a rather hard brush thoroughly. Afterwards rinse it in cold water, leave to drain, and iron whilst quite damp. 2722. To clean black cloth clothes. Clean the garments well, Then boil 4 ounces of logwood in a boiler or copper containing 2 or 3 gallons of water for half an hour. Dip the clothes in warm water and squeeze dry. Then put them into the copper and boil for half an hour. Take them out and add 3 drachms of sulphate of iron. Boil for half an hour, then take them out and hang them up for an hour or 2. Take them down, rinse them thrice in cold water, dry well, and rub with a soft brush which has had a few drops of olive oil applied to its surface. If the clothes are threadbare about the elbows, cuffs, etc., raise the nap with a teasel or half-worn hatter's card filled with flocks, and when sufficiently raised, lay the nap the right way with a hard brush. 2723. To clean furs. Strip the fur articles of their stuffing and binding, and lay them as nearly as possible in a flat position. They must then be subjected to a very brisk brushing, with a stiff clothes brush. After this, any moth-eaten parts must be cut out and neatly replaced by new bits of fur to match. Sable, chinchilla, squirrel, fitch, etc. should be treated as follows. Warm a quantity of new bran in a pan, taking care that it does not burn, to prevent which it must be actively stirred. When well warmed, rub it thoroughly into the fur with the hand. Repeat this 2 or 3 times, then shake the fur and give it another sharp brushing until free from dust. White furs, ermine, etc. may be cleaned as follows. Lay the fur on a table and rub it well with bran made moist with warm water. Rub until quite dry, and afterwards with dry bran. The wet bran should be put on with flannel, and the dry with a piece of book muslin. The light furs, in addition to the above, should be well rubbed with magnesia or a piece of book muslin after the bran process. Furs are usually much improved by stretching, which may be managed as follows. To a pint of soft water, add 3 ounces of salt. Dissolve. With this solution, sponge the inside of the skin, taking care not to wet the fur, until it becomes thoroughly saturated. Then lay it carefully on a board with the fur side downwards, in its natural position. Then stretch as much as it will bear, and to the required shape, and fasten with small tacks. The drying may be accelerated by placing the skin a little distance from the fire or stove. Gold is no balm to a wounded spirit. 2724. Cleansing feathers of their animal oil. The following receipt gained a premium from the Society of Arts. Take for every gallon of clean water 1 pound of quicklime, mix them well together, and when the undissolved lime is precipitated in fine powder, pour off the clean lime water for use. Put the feathers to be cleaned in another tub, and add to them a quantity of the clean lime water, sufficient to cover them about 3 inches when well immersed and stirred about therein. The feathers, when thoroughly moistened, will sink, and should remain in the lime water 3 or 4 days, after which the foul liquor should be separated from them by laying them in a sieve. The feathers should be afterwards well washed in clean water and dried upon nets, the meshes of which may be about the fineness of cabbage nets. The feathers must be from time to time shaken on the nets, and as they get dry they will fall through the meshes, and must be collected for use. The admission of air will be serviceable in drying. The process will be completed in 3 weeks. When thus prepared, the feathers need only be beaten to get rid of the dust. 2725. To clean white ostrich feathers. 4 ounces of white soap, cut small, dissolved in 4 pints of water, rather hot, in a large basin. Make the solution into a lather by beating it with birch rods or wires. Introduce the feathers and rub well with the hands for 5 or 6 minutes. After this soaping, wash in clean water as hot as the hand can bear. Shake until dry. 2726. Cleaning straw bonnets. They may be washed with soap and water, rinsed in clear water, and dried in the air. Then wash them over with white of egg well beaten. Remove the wire before washing. Old straw bonnets may be picked to pieces and put together for children, the head parts being cut out. 2727. To bleach a faded dress. Wash it well in hot suds and boil it until the color seems to be gone. Then wash and rinse and dry it in the sun. If still not quite white, repeat the boiling. 2728. Bleaching straw bonnets, etc. Wash them in pure water, scrubbing them with a brush. Then put them into a box in which has been set a saucer of burning sulphur. Cover them up so that the fumes may bleach them. 2729. Clothes balls. Take some fuller's earth, dry till it crumbles to powder, moisten it with the juice of lemon, add a small quantity of pearlash, work and knead carefully together till it forms a thick paste. Make into balls and dry them in the sun. Moisten the spot on clothes with water, then rub it with the ball. Wash out the spot with pure water. O heart, but try it once, 'tis easy to be. 2730. To wash china crepe scarves, etc. If the fabric be good, these articles of dress can be washed as frequently as may be required, and no diminution of their beauty will be discoverable, even when the various shades of green have been employed among other colors in the patterns. In cleaning them, make a strong lather of boiling water, suffer it to cool. When cold or nearly so, wash the scarf quickly and thoroughly. Dip it immediately in cold hard water in which a little salt has been thrown, to preserve the colors. Rinse, squeeze, and hang it out to dry in the open air. Pin it at its extreme edge to the line, so that it may not in any part be folded together. The more rapidly it dries, the clearer it will be. 2731. To wash a white lace veil. Put the veil into a strong lather of white soap and very clear water, and let it simmer slowly for a quarter of an hour. Take it out and squeeze it well, but be sure not to rub it. Rinse it twice in cold water, the second time with a drop or two of liquid blue. Have ready some very clear, weak gum arabic water or some thin starch or rice water. Pass the veil through it and clear it by clapping. Then stretch it out evenly and pin it to dry on a linen cloth, making the edge as straight as possible, opening out all the scallops and fastening each with pins. When dry, lay a piece of thin muslin smoothly over it and iron it on the wrong side. 2732. Blonde lace. Blonde lace may be revived by breathing upon it and shaking and flapping it. The use of the iron turns the lace yellow. 2733. Washing bed furniture, etc. Before putting into the water, see that you shake off as much dust as possible, or you will greatly increase your labor. Use no soda or pearlash, or the articles will lose their color. Use soft water, not hot, but warm. Have plenty of it. Rub with mottled soap. On wringing out the second liquor, dip each piece into cold hard water for finishing. Shake out well and dry quickly. If starch is desired, it may be stirred into the rinsing water. 2734. Washing with lime. 1. Half a pound of soap, half a pound of soda, quarter of a pound of quicklime. Cut up the soap and dissolve it in half a gallon of boiling water. Pour half a gallon of boiling water over the soda and enough boiling water over the quicklime to cover it. The lime must be quick and fresh. If quick, it will bubble up when the hot water is poured over it. Prepare each of these in separate vessels. Put the dissolved lime and soda together and boil them for 20 minutes. Then pour them into a jar to settle. 2735. Washing with lime, 2. After having made the preparation, set aside the flannels and colored articles, as they must not be washed in this way. They may be washed in the usual way while the others are boiling. The night before, the collars and wristbands of shirts, the feet of stockings, etc., should be rubbed well with soap and set to soak. In the morning, pour 10 gallons of water into the copper, and having strained the mixture of lime and soda well, taking great care not to disturb the settlings, put it, together with the soap, into the water, and make the whole boil before putting in the clothes. A plate should be placed at the bottom of the copper to prevent the clothes from burning. Boil each lot of clothes from half an hour to an hour, then rinse them well in cold blue water. When dry, they will be beautifully white. The same water will do for 3 lots. Wash the finer things first. 2736. Washing. Supremacy of soap suds over lime. To save your linen and your labor, pour on half a pound of soda, 2 quarts of boiling water, in an earthenware pan. Take half a pound of soap, shred fine, put it into a saucepan with 2 quarts of cold water, stand it on a fire till it boils, and when perfectly dissolved and boiling, add it to the former. Mix it well and let it stand till cold, when it will have the appearance of a strong jelly. Let your linen be soaked in water, the seams and any other soiled part rubbed in the usual way, and remain till the following morning. Get your copper ready, and add to the water about a pint basin full. When lukewarm, put in your linen, and allow it to boil for 20 minutes. Rinse it in the usual way, and that is all which is necessary to get it clean, and to keep it in good colour. Housekeepers will find the above receipt invaluable. But to appear so, what a strain and misery. 2737. Hard water. When water is hard and will not readily unite with soap, it will always be proper to boil it before use, which will be found sufficiently efficacious, if the hardness depends solely upon the impregnation of lime. Even exposure to the atmosphere will produce this effect. In a great degree upon spring water so impregnated, leaving it much fitter for lavatory purposes. In both cases the water ought to be carefully poured off from the sediment, as the neutralized lime, when freed from its extra quantity of carbonic acid, falls to the bottom by its own gravity. To economize the use of soap, put any quantity of pearlash into a large jar, covered from the dust. In a few days the alkali will become liquid, which must be diluted in double its quantity of soft water, with an equal quantity of new slacked lime. Boil it half an hour, frequently stirring it, adding as much more hot water, and drawing off the liquor, when the residuum may be boiled afresh, and drained until it ceases to feel acrid to the tongue. 2738. Washing machines. Much labour in washing has been saved by the introduction of washing machines, by which the toil of washing day, formerly so severe, has been much abridged. Suitable machines for washing, wringing, and mangling may be purchased at comparatively low prices of any of the makers of what is termed labour-saving machinery, such as Kent, Bradford, 12 Trees, etc. Preparations for softening water and facilitating the process exist in the extract of soap, and the various washing powders now to be purchased of most grocers and oil and colour men. Cold water soap, too, has achieved considerable popularity, for by its use a lather can be quickly produced even in the hardest water. 2739. Save soap and labour. Soap and labour may be saved by dissolving alum and chalk in bran water, in which the linen ought to be boiled, then well rinsed out and exposed to the usual process of bleaching. 2740. Hardly any soap. Soap may be dispensed with, or nearly so, in the getting up of muslins and chintzes, which should always be treated agreeably to the Oriental manner, that is, to wash them in plain water, and then boil them in rice water, after which they ought not to be submitted to the operation of the smoothing iron, but rub smooth with a polished stone. This work, which is known as calendaring, is very heavy and laborious, and is done by men. 2741. Improvements. The economy which must result from these processes renders their consideration important to every family, in addition to which we must state that the improvements in philosophy extend to the laundry as well as to the wash-house. 2742. Gum Arabic starch. Procure 2 ounces of fine white gum Arabic and pound it to powder. Next put it into a pitcher and pour on it a pint or more of boiling water, according to the degree of strength you desire, and then, having covered it, let it set all night. In the morning pour it carefully from the dregs into a clean bottle, cork it, and keep it for use. A tablespoonful of gum water stirred into a pint of starch that has been made in the usual manner will give to lawns, either white or printed, a look of newness to which nothing else can restore them after washing. It is also good, much diluted, for the white muslin and bobbinet. Life's but a means to an end. 2743. Mildew out of linen. Rub the linen well with soap, then scrape some fine chalk and rub it also on the linen. Lay it on the grass. As it dries, wet it a little, and the mildew will come out with a second application. 2744. To render linen, etc., incombustible. All linen, cotton, muslins, etc., etc., when dipped in a solution of tungstate of soda or common alum, will become incombustible. 2745. Sweet bags for linen. These may be composed of any mixtures of the following articles: flowers, dried and pounded, powdered cloves, mace, nutmeg, cinnamon, leaves, dried and pounded, of mint, balm, dragonwort, southernwood, ground ivy, laurel, hyssop, sweet marjoram, oreganum, rosemary. Woods such as cassia, juniper, rhodium, sandalwood, and rosewood. Roots of angelica, zedori, orris, all the fragrant balsams, ambergris, musk, and civet. These latter should be carefully used on linen. 2746. Rings. Rings which have stones in them should always be taken off the finger when the hands are washed, or they will become discolored. End of section 81.
Section 82 of Enquire Within Upon Everything. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp. Section 82. 2747. Adulterations. A series of papers were published in the Lancet and elsewhere a few years back on the subject of adulteration. These brought about a parliamentary inquiry. The inquiry ended in demonstrating that nearly everything we ate and drank was adulterated, in many cases with ingredients very prejudicial to human health. The result of the inquiry was the passing of an Act of Parliament in 1875 for the purpose of putting a stop to this wholesale adulteration by making it a criminal offense. The Act is called the Sale of Foods and Drugs Act, and the following are the most important clauses it contains. No person shall mix, color, stain, or powder any article of food with any ingredient or material, so as to render the article injurious to health, with the intent that the same may be sold in that state, and no person shall sell such article under a penalty not exceeding 50 pounds. No person shall sell to the prejudice of the purchaser any article of food or any drug which is not of the nature, substance, and quality of the article demanded under a penalty not exceeding 20 pounds. The Act also provides for the appointment of public analysts for counties and boroughs. An Act passed in 1887 provides that all substances or compounds made to imitate butter shall be sold as margarine, and all wrappers, etc., used in its sale must be plainly marked. These acts are intended for the protection of the public, but we give below the names of a few of the chief articles of consumption that are liable to be adulterated, and, when possible, how to detect the adulteration, or the best mode of avoiding it. 2748. Bread. The chief adulteration of bread is alum. This is added to give the bread a pure white color, which is supposed to be an advantage, thus enabling the baker to use inferior or damaged flour. The presence of alum can be detected by soaking a piece of the bread in an ammoniaca tincture of logwood. If alum be present, the bread will be turned blue, whereas pure bread will remain pink. Recent investigations have proved that the presence of alum is extremely injurious, especially to children, affecting the coats of the stomach and impairing the digestion. 2749. Butter. Butter is made heavy by water, being beaten up with it. Cheap samples are sometimes adulterated with other fats and grease, which however require an experienced analyst to detect. 2750. Cayenne pepper. The cayenne of commerce is adulterated with brick dust, red wood dust, cochineal, vermilion, and red lead. The last two are highly injurious. These can be detected by anyone possessing a good microscope. The best way to avoid the impurities is to purchase the capsicums or chilies, pounding them with a pestle and mortar, and rubbing through a sieve, in small quantities as required. The pepper is far better flavored when fresh ground. Beginning, mean, and end to all things. God. 2751. Chocolate and cocoa. Those who prefer the pure cocoa can obtain the nibs, or more properly beans, and grind them. But many prefer the soluble cocoa, which is simply cocoa modified by admixture with less stimulating substances. 2752. Coffee. Coffee is adulterated with roasted beans, peas, and acorns, but chiefly with chicory. Having your own mill, buy the roasted beans, find out a respectable grocer, ascertain his roasting days, and always buy from a fresh roast. If you like the flavor of chicory, purchase it separately and add to taste. Chicory in small quantities is not injurious, but you need not pay the coffee price for it. Grind your coffee and mix it with chicory yourself. 2753. Milk. Milk is adulterated by skimming off part of the cream, also by the addition of water. 2754. Mustard. Mustard is adulterated with flour and turmeric. As, however, mustard is usually sold in tins, it is easy to obtain it pure, as under the Sale of Foods and Drugs Act. All that is mixed with flour and other flavorings has to be labeled as such on the outside of the package. Many prefer this mixture to the pure article. 2755. Pepper. Pepper is adulterated with inferior grain, husks of seeds, and even dust of a variety of descriptions. Having your pepper mill, purchase the seed whole and grind for yourself. You will then obtain the pure article at a moderate cost. 2756. Sausages. The most offensive of all adulterations are found in these savory morsels. Horseflesh, diseased animals, and odds and ends of every description appear in the tempting guise of sausages. To escape this evil, make your own sausages by the aid of the sausage machine, which will enable you to add many savory morsels to the attractions of your table. This same machine may be used for chopping vegetables, which it will do to such perfection that they will perfectly dissolve in soups and stews, and afford most delicious made dishes. And in this you will soon save the cost of the machine. 2757. Tea. Tea is all examined now by the customs authorities before duty is allowed to be paid upon it. It is, therefore, practically pure. This was only done about a year ago. 2758. Water. This, perhaps, is more often adulterated than any other article of consumption. As a rule, the water supplied by the companies to the large towns is exceedingly pure, that supplied by the London companies being analyzed every month by a government official. But the adulteration chiefly rests with the consumer or householder in not keeping the cisterns clean. Soot, dust, and even dead mice, cockroaches, etc., being allowed to contaminate the water. Also by permitting the overflow pipe to be conducted with the soil pipe or drain, whence the water absorbs poisonous gases. The overflow pipes should in all cases be entirely disconnected with all drains, and the cisterns should, if possible, have a cover. The cisterns should invariably be cleaned out thoroughly at least every 3 months. In places where the water is drawn from wells, great care should be taken that the well cannot be contaminated by any drain or cesspool leaking into it. Many cases of serious illness, notably diphtheria, have been traced to this cause. When there is the least reason to doubt the purity of the well, all the water for drinking purposes should be boiled before using, and no time should be lost in having it examined by an experienced analyst. All water that is used for drinking should be first filtered through a reliable filter. Small glass filters for the table can now be obtained in every town for 2 or 3 shillings. Good ware makes a quick market. 2759. Other evils besides adulterations. The butcher cannot adulterate the beef and the mutton, but he can send home short weight, and in casting up a bill he can reckon the odd ounces at 1 penny each, instead of 1/2 penny. And the baker, besides putting alum into the bread to make it white and retain water, can send home deficient weight. The same with the grocer, the greengrocer, and the coal merchant. The publican can give short measure, and froth up the porter to fill the jug and disguise the shortness of quantity. And the draper can slip his scissors on the wrong side of his finger, and make a yard contain only 33 inches. We don't mean to say that they do this, nor do we mean to say that they don't. We argue that people ought to possess the means of ascertaining who among shopkeepers are honest, and who are not. Then the just would meet with justice, and the unjust would suffer for their own sins. 2760. Nutritious proportions. Bread contains 80 nutritious parts in 100, meal 34 in 100, French beans 92 in 100, common beans 89 in 100, peas 93 in 100, lentils 94 in 100, cabbages and turnips, the most aqueous of all the vegetables compared, produce only 8 pounds of solid matter in 100 pounds. Carrots and spinach produce 14 in the same quantity, whilst 100 pounds of potatoes contain 25 pounds of dry substance. From a general estimate it results that 1 pound of good bread is equal to 2 pounds and a half or 3 pounds of potatoes, that 75 pounds of bread and 30 of meat may be substituted for 300 pounds of potatoes. The other substances bear the followed proportions: 4 parts of cabbage to 1 of potatoes, 3 parts of turnips to 1 of potatoes, 2 parts of carrots and spinach to 1 of potatoes, and about 3 parts and a half of potatoes to 1 of rice, lentils, beans, French beans, and dry peas. 2761. Use of fruit. Instead of standing in any fear of a generous consumption of ripe fruits, we regard them as conducive to health. We have no patience in reading the endless rules to be observed in this particular department of physical comfort. No one ever lived longer or freer from disease by discarding the fruits of the land in which he finds a home. On the contrary, they are necessary to the preservation of health, and are therefore designed to make their appearance at the very time when the condition of the body, operated upon by deteriorating causes not always understood, requires their renovative influences. 2762. Blackberries. Blackberries are very beneficial in case of dysentery. The berries are healthful eating. Teas made of the roots and leaves is good, and syrup made from the berries excellent. 2763. Sloe wine. Sloe wine is useful in cases of diarrhea, the astringent properties of this fruit tending to counteract relaxation of the bowels. It is made by steeping sloes in water and letting them stand therein until a thick coating of mildew is formed on the surface. This is removed, and the liquor is then strained and bottled and tightly corked down. Not more than from half a wineglassful to a wineglassful should be taken when required. 2764. Early milk. Morning's milk, says an eminent German philosopher, commonly yields some hundredths more cream than the evening's at the same temperature. That milked at noon furnishes the least. It would therefore be of advantage in making butter, etc., to employ the morning's milk, and keep the evening's for domestic use. Of all smells, bread. Of all tastes, salt. 2765. Lawn tennis. This fashionable and delightful game, suitable for both ladies and gentlemen, is generally played on a lawn or grass plat by 2, 3, or 4 players, with balls and racket bats. The object of the game is to strike a ball over a net and keep it in play backwards and forwards within certain limits. The court or ground may be of any size consistent with the lawn, the base lines being marked out by chalk, or tapes slightly pinned to the turf, which should be frequently mown and rolled. The mode of play may be seen from the following leading rules, which are now generally accepted by all players. 2766. Rules of Lawn Tennis. 1. The court, for a single-handed game, should be 78 foot long and 27 foot wide, and for a double-handed game the same length but 36 foot wide, divided across the center by a net attached to 2 upright posts. The net should be 3 foot 6 inches high at the posts, and 3 foot at the center. At each end of the court, parallel with the net, are the base lines, whose extremities are connected by the side lines. The half-court line is halfway between the side lines and parallel with them. The service lines are 21 foot from the net and parallel with it. 2. The balls should be 2 1/2 inches in diameter and 2 ounces in weight. 3. The players stand on opposite sides of the net. The player who first delivers the ball is called the server, the other the striker out. 4. At the end of each game, the striker out becomes server, and the server striker out. 5. The server stands with 1 foot behind the baseline and delivers the service from the right and left courts alternately. 6. The balls served must, without touching the net, drop within the court nearest to the net, diagonally opposite to that from which the striker serves it. 7. If the service be delivered from the wrong court, it is a fault. It is also a fault if the server does not stand in the manner as stated above, or if the ball served drop in the net or beyond the service line, or if it drop out of court, or go in the wrong court. 8. A fault must not be taken, that is, played back to the server. 9. The striker out may not volley the service. Volleying is striking the ball back before it has touched the ground. 10. The ball, having been returned, must be kept in play either by volleying it or striking it back after the first bounce. A ball bouncing twice is out of play. 11. If, in serving, the ball touch the net and go over into the proper court, it counts to neither server nor striker out. 12. The server scores if the striker out volley the service, or fail to return the service in such a way that the ball would fall within the opponent's court. 13. 2 consecutive faults count a stroke against the server. 14. If the ball, when in play, touch either player, it scores a stroke for his opponent. 15. The first stroke won by either player scores 15 to that player. The second, won by the same player, raises his score to 30, his third stroke to 40, and his fourth counts game. If, however, the players have both scored 40, it is called deuce, and the next stroke won by either is called advantage to the winning of it, and if he also win the following stroke, he scores game. Should he lose it, the score returns to deuce. The player winning 2 consecutive strokes directly following a deuce scores game. 16. Whichever player first scores 6 games is considered to win the set. 2767. Three-handed and four-handed lawn tennis. 1. The laws as given above apply equally to these games. The difference in the width of the court has been stated. 2. In four-handed tennis, the players deliver the service in turns. Thus, supposing A and B are partners opposed to C and D, A serves in the first game, C in the second, B serves in the third, and D in the fourth, and so on. 3. In three-handed tennis, the single player serves in each alternate game. 4. No player may return a service that has been delivered to his partner. 2768. Badminton. Badminton is a game similar to lawn tennis, but it is played with shuttlecocks instead of balls and over a higher net. That thou mayest injure no man, dove-like be. 2769. Bills of exchange and promissory notes. Inland bill of exchange, draft, or order for the payment to the bearer, or to order at any time otherwise than on demand of any sum of money. Duty, pounds, shillings, and pence. Not above £5, 1 pence. Above 5 pounds and not above 10 pounds, 2 pence. Above 10 pounds and not above 25 pounds, 3 pence. Above 25 pounds and not above 50 pounds, 6 pence. Above 50 pounds and not above 75 pounds, 9 pence. Above 75 pounds and not above 100 pounds, 1 shilling. Above 100 pounds and not above 200 pounds, 2 shillings. Above 200 pounds and not above 300 pounds, 3 shillings. Above 300 pounds and not above 400 pounds, 4 shillings. Above 400 pounds and not above 500 pounds, 5 shillings. Above 500 pounds and not above 600 pounds, 6 shillings. Above 600 pounds and not above 700 pounds, 7 shillings. Above 700 pounds and not above 800 pounds, 8 shillings. Above 800 pounds and not above 900 pounds, 9 shillings. Above 900 pounds and not above 1,000 pounds, 10 shillings. And for every additional 100 pounds or fractional part of 100 pounds, 1 shilling. 2,770. Percentages or discounts, showing the reduction per pound on discounts allowed for cash purchases at rates ranging from 1 to 50%. 2,771. A table of the number of days from any day of any one month to the same day of any other month. What is the number of days from the 10th of October to 10th July? Look in the upper line for October. Let your eye descend down that column till you come opposite to July, and you will find 273 days, the exact number of days required. Again, what is the number of days from 16th of February to 14th August? Under February and opposite to August is 181 days, from which subtract the difference between 14 and 16, 2 days. The exact number of days required is 179 days. NB. In leap year, if the last day February comes between, add 1 day for the day over to the number in the table. And serpent-like, that none may injure thee. 2,772. For mistresses and servants, table of expenses, income, and wages, showing at one view what any sum from £1 to £1,000 per annum is per day, week, or month. 2,773. Interest table for savings, investments, etc., showing what any sum from £1 to £500 will produce for a given number of days, which may be, by simple addition, calculated at £5 per cent, for months or years, for sums up to £5,000, or any other amount. The groat is ill saved which shames its master. 2,774. Interest table for 1 year. By this table, unlimited calculations may be made. Thus, to find interest on £1,250 per annum, add sums given for £1,000, £200, and £50. 2% is found by taking half of 4%, 8% by doubling 4%, 7.5% by adding 5 to 2.5%, and so on. End of section 82. End of Enquire Within Upon Everything by Robert Kemp Philp.